Sometimes, I will never learn when I turn up. Sometimes your coffee matches your mood, you know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I like the combo, Kilroy, you know. I like to taste all three. The creamer, the sugar, the diabetes, and the coffee at the same time. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, hello. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, it's gone down. Hello, how's it going? I'm Godless Sewing. To anyone watching this in the future, I will one day figure out my microphone. Hello, hello, how's it going? I hope everyone's doing well. I don't have all my lights on. Today is Redemption Day here at the House of Sewing. I am definitely bringing back my jacket pattern because I like making jackets, and I finally am going to accept the fact that I am the great jacket maker. And for the next foreseeable weeks and for as long as it lasts, every time I stream, I'm going to try to wear a different work shirt. So this week is Joe. Last week I was wearing Art. I have hundreds, probably around 150, almost 200 work shirts, because for years I would go to the SWAT meet, and the shoulder guy I always talk about, he would sell these shirts for $1. And you can't beat these anywhere because these are really durable shirts, and I wear them at work all the time. So we'll see how long this lasts. Hello, hello. I hope everyone is doing well. Yay, hello, Waternay. Hello, hello. What's that? 103. Well, it's 95 right now, but this afternoon my car said it was 108. But the car is off a degree or two going in any direction, so it was more like 106-ish. Hey, Skids, how's it going? Hello. Hello, Waternay. Well, hello, Joe. You sure? I forget how pedantic people are. There are people in different thrift shops in different towns that think my name is the shirt that I wear, depending on that day. There's this one shirt that I wear that it has KC as the name, and there's a ton of people that think my name is KC because I just got tired of saying no, that's not my name, and people are like, but you're wearing a name tag. So pedantic people don't get my ongoing joke. But I have stacks upon stacks upon stacks. It's Monday night. Let's have a talk. I looked, and my retirement party for my pattern was literally a month ago, almost to the day. I'm admitting to myself that I'm just accepting the fact that I like making Mimi G pattern R11407. And Kilroy, you're right. It's the pattern is Swiss cheese. It's Swiss cheese. I have to pick particular places to put it. Yay, hello, hello. You don't look like a KC to me. I love that. Even when I tell people my name is William, I love that when people are like, you don't look like a William to me. But yay. I was going to do that in a live stream, but I didn't think anyone would care. I have stacks of work shirts, and there's a ton that I need to put patches on. But like I said, they're really durable shirts. It's my version of overalls and coveralls. There's lazy shirts too. Spiffy shirt, KC. You should have made a pattern off of me. I have several, actually. I have. I I have, but like it's tattered. Don't hold that thing in the wind. I have to turn my fans off. Excuse me. I have to turn my fans off when I'm using that thing in here. I've been doing a lot more sewing in my house because it's hot. It's too hot to be out here. Let's be real. Like it was literally 108 degrees today. And I did not walk in this room until like 15 minutes ago. But oh my gosh, I have all kinds of crazy stuff to talk about too if anyone wants to hop in. I've made a ton of blogs from that. But as you can see behind me, let's see. I switched my angle. I was playing around with my angle last night. Let's see how it looks. It's a little bit lower. But I have a ton of great denim, so I decided to make a coat. Hey, Seraphim Han, hello. How are you? It's been forever. I hope you're doing well. Awesome. Hello. Yay. Awesome. So I have to finish my patchwork coat. I still have a ton of denim right there. Yay. Hello. How's it going? I am it's a sweat. I'm a sweaty mess. Absolutely. It's nice and humid and hot today. I got away from an abusive dude, so now I can do stuff. Awesome. I miss you. I was wondering where you were. Oh, you can see my I added new patches. I covered up my old Jesus patch. I'm not as angry as I was 2 or 3 years ago. I'm gonna start sewing my denim in a minute. Hey, Joy. Hello. How are you? Yay. Let me go back to FaceTime. Hello. I hope everyone's doing well this evening. I'm going to start sewing in a second because I have a ton. I'm going to eventually finish my patchwork jacket, but because I've accepted the fact that I'm obsessed with my Mimi G pattern, I what comment did I skipped past the comment because there's sweat literally getting in my eyes. I think I missed something. But yeah, Mimi G should be paying me, or I should be paying her, other way around. Hey, Sydney, how's it going? I just got home from work, getting stuff ready to get into the office tomorrow. If you want to hop in, let me know. We're just hanging out tonight. I'll be sewing, making all kinds of stuff. Everything here is extremely non-political. We're all huggy and friendly around here. I mainly keep it on sewing. I talk about political stuff, but I try not to get to the point where we're all standing in different corners trying to fight each other. Yay! Hi, Sydney. Hello. Every time I see your avatar now, it's like it's a hold up from a penguin. Oh, we do. We do get serious about food. And you know what? I'm an American and I defend salt and sugar. I am on the salt and sugar advisory board. Just how, like, in Texas, they weirdly push, like, oh, you guys should all get natural gas from this one particular source. Awesome. Hello. That would require getting dressed again. No worries. We're going to be here for a while. Yay. Hello. And a penguin that's cute and dangerous. We did get serious yesterday on the food talk. Hi, Pam. Hello. Yay. There's a old commercial. I don't know if anyone remembers, but it was like meet the butter tins, and it was a family sitting down and they're putting butter on everything. I grew up in that house. I'm a butter tin and a sultan. Hi, Pam. Hello. How are you? Excuse me. It's extremely muggy this evening. How are you this evening? I hope everything is well. Yay. I'm definitely a butter and salt aficionado, but I try not to push the way I eat on people because I have a strange metabolism. I eat like fried everything, but I'm one of those strange people that grew up on it. So, no medical, or I should do it. My disclaimer. Well, let me go through, let me fish through and find it. Awesome. Thank you, someone, for making the avatar for me. Yay. Hi, Bam. I'm from Georgia. Paula Dean showed how much we love butter. Oh, I love buttermilk biscuits. And so you can imagine when I went to the South how much in heaven I was. My arteries one day will remind me how much they're mad at me for it, but a lot of people complain that canned soups are too salty. I complain that they're not salty enough. I grew up on them, so I can't taste it. Like, I'm one of those people, but sometimes I wonder if I have a deficiency. And we have already entered the food portion. I'm obsessed with fried chicken, so I'm one of those people, like, I'll drive obscene amount of miles to eat properly fried chicken. There we go. Yay. I I had a family member who would make them, and it made me fall in love with them as a kid. And as an adult, I found people who were a better cook than she was, and they're unreal. They're unreal. I think I gained like 15, 20 pounds in like a month just being in the South. And we have already entered the food portion of the stream. I hope everyone's doing well. This program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. And here at Godless Sewing Airlines, we have exits on both sides. And in Spanish, that's a izquierda and derecha. I hope everyone has an excellent evening. And I heard that we're serving dinner early in the cabin, so please check out the corned beef. It's one of my favorite. I hope everyone has a great evening. The dinner car is open early tonight here in the House of Sewing. I ate right before the stream. But you guys always make me hungry. Oh man, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I made butter. Oh, water and egg. Now I'm craving all kinds of stuff. Has the right. Absolutely. I have some of that pre-made fried chicken that you get for 20 minutes. Now I want to make some. I'm obsessed with that too. I tell you, I don't care if it's in a box. There's a Safeway / Vons by my house. I love their deli chicken. I do. I'm obsessed with the deli chicken, and they make sandwiches that are literally 10 times bigger than Subway for like literally $10 less. Godless. No, I just give disclaimers because I'm an extremely unhealthy human, and if I cook with I'm old school, I still cook with Crisco. We've just entered the food portion of the evening early. But I've completely lined a denim coat, but I made the mistake of lining it with what I consider it's that actual real lining, that actual real jacket lining. But I don't know if I should have put it on denim. because I'm gonna have to iron this eventually, or I'm gonna have to pop it in the I'm gonna have to do it lazy guy style and pop it in the dryer every time. Oh, excuse me. He'll die. I'm definitely not a diet person. I'm obsessed with noodles as well. Subway was more of a convenience. There's a deli. I mean, I'm sorry. Like I said, the Safeway by my house, they make, and they literally slice the meat right in front of you. Everything's fresh. Even when they cook the chicken, they fry it in front of you. I think that's what it is. It's just fresh chicken. I like Subway's Italian dressing. That's about it. When I go there, I have a Soka sandwich. I do the same thing on the West Coast. We have a place called Togo's. I do the same thing with Togo's. Last time I saw you, you had a biker vibe going. This is quite different. I still wear all my vests. I'm just I'm expanding and growing here in the house of sewing. And plus, I would wear the same thing over and over and over. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shirts that I do not wear. So now I'm challenging myself to wear the clothes that I actually own. Oh, fake Stanley Cup for the win. And do you know what's really funny? They're starting to sell the fake version with the sippy cup, but I'm over 40, so I feel weird having an adult sippy cup. This is close enough because it's open mouth, but if I had the actual straw, it would make me feel like I had a sippy cup. But I'm pro Stanley Cup. Your fans say hello. My ex threw my clothes away, and now I'm working on replacing my wardrobe. If you lived any closer, I could literally help you with that. I have built quite an extensive. So do I. I got this at Walmart. I got this for $11.99. I swear by this thing. This thing has saved me. I've been going to downtown Los Angeles a lot lately, and everything costs. I was telling Waternay, I was telling other people how for the first time ever, I went to a bathroom that cost $3. It's the most expensive bathroom I've ever been into in my life. So I always bring my fake Stanley Cup with me, and it's freezing cold. It is free. It keeps everything nice and freezing cold. You know, I went off yesterday, or gosh, I've been streaming so much lately, I can't even remember. But like, I am not anti-Walmart. I know a lot of people go like they hate Walmart. I love. Oh, that was yesterday. Because of the convenience, I live right by a Walmart. Oh. And you know what, Seraphim, I still have I still wear all of my vests. It's just I try to switch it up. Back then I would literally wear the same thing over and over and over. And I feel like sometimes in life you have to switch it up every once in a while. Yay. Sounds like you were absolutely good riddance. We need he has a reason why I've been. That's wow. No, not at all. Not at all. I'm glad you're back. Every once in a while, I'm like, what happened to this person or that person, you know? But the truth is, on the internet, like, you know, we're you can come and go as you please, and sometimes you're going through things that are none of our business. So I'm going to finish. Let's have a talk, okay? Let's have a talk. I accept the fact that I'm a coat maker. I'm gonna accept it. It's what I like to do. I feel judged, but no matter what you do, people are gonna judge you. No matter what you do in life, someone's gonna talk trash about you. So I'm just gonna go back to making coats, overalls, spans, and all the things that make me smile. Because you know, life's too short to sit around and try to impress strangers. And I'm not saying that any of you are. I'm just saying I read nasty comments that people were saying about me, and I was like, well, maybe I am the great coat maker. I choose to spend my time in a positive way. If I joined a live, he'd ask how I know them, if I slept with them. That's extreme insecurities. Oh, Kilroy and I said the same thing at the same time. I'm just slow on the chat. I'm ready for winter. El Nino is gonna El Nino's gonna hit California. I'm gonna be standing outside like Lieutenant Dan with all my jackets on. I'm ready. I am ready. Extremely. Thank you, Alibaba. Thank you so much. But sometimes you have to do what makes you happy instead of, and I think that's what shines through more genuine than doing things to impress people, because there's YouTubers that I absolutely love and I've watched them slowly descend into obscurity because they're doing something for everybody else. And sometimes you have to do what got you here. And me, it's sewing and ranting, literally. Absolutely. If coats make you happy, then they make you happy. Absolutely. And that's another thing. I don't want to feel like the second it starts feeling like a job, and when I say a job, I'm talking about like it's just repetitive. You're doing it over and over. I like the process. So I'm not going to sit here and deny myself the fun that I was having. And plus, I love going to the gym and with my skates on. And the funny thing is, the gym that I inhabit, it's air conditioned, and we turn it on hours before we go in there. My issue is if someone asks stupid questions too often, I start being same. So eventually, I said, I said, of course, want to tell me them? Oh, I want to say hi. Yeah, I do the same thing. I'm extremely snarky as well. Like, you know what? Honestly, like that's why I try to explain myself in plain English sometimes, so you don't have to over-explain yourself. You could make different codes. I'm definitely gonna start. I want to start making the 1970s collar. I want to bring back the 1970s look. I said it out loud, so I'm gonna do it. I think it's because I am obsessed with like constantly looking for things that I haven't seen, new movies, and some of them are for like the 1970s, and they're just hilarious. So when the El Nino is over, you're gonna make shorts. Yeah, because it's gonna be like tropical weather this year. I've experienced this before though. I was in high school. Oh, right. Sometimes I completely forget what I was doing. All right, let me start sewing. Okay, so I know that I'm extremely behind all trends, okay? And because I'm not on TikTok, I see things months after they happen, and I'm not a hip guy, okay? I'll be the first one to admit it that I'm dated. I'm the first one. Why do people do that weird like thank you for the glizzies or thank you for the cowboy hat, or they're like robotically doing that for money? I watched a video today of somebody giving examples of young men and women who are going crazy on TikTok, and it just I sit there with my side eye across the room, like, what is this? And what planet have I landed on? I made up I made up a new boyfriend when my ex got nosy. He knew the guy that I was pretending I was. That's a good ploy, though. That is a good ploy. That's a good plan, Waterday. Them onesie wrestling things. I'm wearing. I love wearing trench coats because they make me feel like Columbo. I think that's another thing. I watched a lot of Sherlock Holmes as a kid. I like my parents had the VHSs. So when COVID hit, I sat at home and watched every single Sherlock Holmes movie from the old ones all the way up until the cheesy Robert Downey Jr. one. Like I watched every Sherlock Holmes, so I'm obsessed with a good trench coat. I do. I am gonna branch out. I am gonna make a wrestling onesie. Paul, more than angry, I say yes. I'm sleeping with everybody. What's a glizzy? I still don't know what it is. I still have no idea what it is. But someone will sit there and thanks for this or that, and I'm like, I'm old. I'm old. It's an AI trend thing. Oh, okay. Sherlock and trench coat, a must, absolutely. I think it's also because when I smoked nicotine, I also smoked I smoked a pipe. And so because of that, hey,
Hey.
how's it going?
It's going. It's gross outside, and I feel gross. So I'm here for the kvetching and for some sewing, but the thought of being on camera, I just can't do it right now.
Oh, you're in the right place. That's why
Right?
I'm layered. That's why I'm
Yeah.
layered. It's so gross right now.
Yeah, it's not hot, it's just humid and smoky. You can see the particles falling out of the air right now, and you can taste it. So it's super gross. Hey everybody!
What does NPC mean?
Non-player character. We talked about this before.
I knew you would know. That's why I had to ask again. My short-term memory is shot. It was a month ago. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Fair, those folks, those characters in video games who are just in the background who don't do anything.
Says the guy who I should know that I literally almost failed 10th grade because of Final Fantasy VII. I have a family member who will never let me forget that. They're like, do you remember the time you almost failed 10th grade over a video game? Yay!
But Loki's here to say hi, even though you can't see him. They're having dehydrated salmon snackies.
Aww.
Go eat yours, Fru.
Yay. Seraphim Hyde. This is Phoenix Electro Circus. She sews as well. She's awesome.
Oh, you're too kind.
The more I hear about these stupid social media things, the more I'm happy with my books, music, 1970s TV shows. Same. Do you know what it is, Kilroy? It's that while I'm sitting here sewing, I get caught up in watching people talk about things because when I was a kid, I listened to a lot of talk radio. And so I love the talk radio aspect of YouTube, and I love hearing people speak, and I want to hear, what other people are going through. I want to hear the other side, but I'm old.
I'm old and cranky.
Ish. It's just
I'm not.
You and I literally, not only could we have gone to high school together, we would have been in the same grade.
Yeah, I think so.
I was always the young one because of my birthdays in the beginning of the year. I was always up not a year ahead, but basically a year younger than everybody else.
Yeah. No, not for me. I was the opposite, but we're not going to go into when my that's between me and me.
No, because people look at me crazy when I say I graduated when I was 17 years old, but just because of my birthday, I was a year, I was strangely younger than everybody else.
Oh, I forgot to grab something from the living room. I'll be right back.
No worries. All right, let me move all this junk off my desk. I try to keep my desk clear, but it always just accumulates stuff throughout the day. Because it's such a convenient step. It's like literally in the middle of the room. So I just walk in here and just place stuff on my desk. People used to sell Final Fantasy characters for big bucks. I still have all my stuff. I still have the disc that I almost failed. My PlayStation is somewhere at my mom's house. I think you're close to my age. So we're not old, just well seasoned. I'll take it. I played GoldenEye too much, and now I have to blow strangers to make ends meet. Kilroy, if you keep on saying things like that, we're gonna have to go in halves on these T-shirts, because that's a sweatshirt. I could sell that with the alley vendors. All right, let me plug in my machine. I put shoes on trying to show off and be cute today, but it's too hot to show off and be cute. So I'm gonna show you the shoes that these I got at I got these at a thrift store. I'm so proud of them. I got them a while ago. I've had them for 8 or 9 years because I would never buy Nikes in the store, and I had never have. My pops was weirdly anti Nike, and he never told me why. Never. He never. But I think it was the price. He like I grew up, with literally Depression era and World War II era people.
Yeah.
So like you did when you were a kid, would your parents pay like $100 for a pair of shoes?
Never.
That's what I'm saying. Mine and
Oh,
I grew up around people that didn't understand that. Like I
I
had
I was gonna say never, but that's not quite true. If there was something like if we needed nice hiking boots, it depends. It depends.
Yeah, like my pops bought me Wolverines, but those were working with shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like we
Right.
were like working hard. I think it was the whole Jordan's era where he was like, oh no, because he saw what it was turning that people like were hurting each other over shoes and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you got dressed up for this
No, I
time
couldn't even be bothered to turn my camera on.
this time of year, I really do not even wear shoes unless I'm at work or I have to go to the store because it's just so ridiculously hot.
It is, and I have this. I don't well. I just don't usually wear open-toed shoes.
Okay, let me see. My notes are fun. One day I'm gonna publish my notes so you guys can judge me. I write the funniest things that I can't even say out loud. Oh, okay. And this is just a consensus. This is not judging because I watch people who talk about things. Am I the only person on earth who hasn't seen the Barbie movie?
No, and I have no intention to.
People like I'm subscribed to this weird biker channel, and they had a Barbie movie review.
Well,
And these dudes, if you saw them on the street, you would literally cross the street. You'd be like, wow, that guy's weirdly scary.
I don't know. I've learned that the scarier the biker dude, usually the bigger the heart. So,
Always. No, always. When when Isaiah was a little guy, we were at Vaughn's and there was a fully patched Hell's Angel in front of us. And Isaiah was like, she has really long hair. And he turned around and laughed. And I made a friend that day. We high fived. He was like, oh, I'm not a lady, but thank you for my hair. Like total cool guy. Total, but he was like 6'5". 6'6". He was wall sized, nicest dude on earth.
right. I know. We'll see. I should message.
Hey Mark, how's it going?
Hey.
It's a strange thing because I watch a lot of YouTube and it just seems like people that I wouldn't suspect to watch the Barbie movie have seen it because they're looking at the political side to it, but I'm not one of those people who like I don't go looking for the meaning of life in movies. Maybe I'm strange.
No, and also, I mean, it's a way to get views and clicks because it's on trend, it's searchable, for some folks it's super nostalgic. For other folks, they're just weirdos. Okay, Allie, welcome. I like old black and white movies, 70 movies too. Hey, I'm Mark. Actually, I think the other reason I'm sewing all the stuff I showed off yesterday that literally takes up my
Let me
entire
know, okay?
table.
At all, let me know, okay? Mr. Hands is trying to be Mr. Muscles, and I'm telling him to like slow down, kid.
Just don't ego lift. It's all right to lift. Just don't lift more than you can like physically do.
I have the nanny cam in my living room, and I could see him, and
Well,
so
have you
I
guys picked out
paged
like a
him.
program, either one of the apps or something? So he's got a system of like,
He
what are
does.
your big lifts? What are your accessories? Are you alternating? Are you tracking your metrics so you know if you're progressively overloading?
He's a numbers guy, so he'll be fine. He's a numbers
Right.
guy. And I'm just telling him to go slow and don't turbo lift because he's gonna hurt
Right.
himself.
Yep.
Body shock is real. You can't just go from being like sitting around for 6 months and then start running a marathon, you know?
Yeah, no. Not unless you're dumb.
So I'm just trying to tell him not to hurt himself. He's in that age where he wants to he wants to
Yeah.
work out, go around. I'll never understand trying to inject politics into everything. Okay, so a long time ago, I said this, and I won't say where, but I got trashed, and someone said politics isn't everything, and it kind of floored me because I'm like, not in my life. I live in a very weirdly red place, and I live around some of the nicest people on earth. I don't get along with all my neighbors, but who does?
Right, there's something wrong if you do. Either you're gullible or you're too mean, and they're just being like Nietzsche nicing you.
Do you know what's really funny? I was watching a stream earlier, and I kind of got turned off. That's what I kind of got turned off about, because they are injecting politics into everything. And part of me, in my head, I'm like, I sew and mind my own business. And like Kilroy, I watch movies from the 1970s.
I do, but I've also come to this point where I kind of try to pay attention more almost to international things rather than the country I live in, because I'm just curious, and I've got enough space in my brain and spirit to just pay a little bit of attention to what's going on. Allie's back, and I got that
Yay.
orange big ruffle on.
Oh, yay! I do miss streaming with the Brits, because it was good to talk about someone else's country falling down the tube.
Right. It's not just us.
All right, so I'm going full Cody McCoat phase, but I used the really fancy lining, so I might have to put this in the dryer and not iron it.
Oh, because it's gonna melt.
It's that actual like real lining.
Do you have a steamer, a handheld steamer thing that you could just hang it and steam it?
I actually do.
It might screw up your camera if it gets too steamy in there. But
I don't know. Pulling out a steamer in a room where it's 100 something.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
Oh, good night, Seraphim.
Yay! Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much. It's been a while. Good to see you. I stream a lot now, so you're always welcome. And the House of Sewing.
Okay. Let's sew these panes down.
Yay! Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
I was lurking in the chat, but I think I missed stuff while I was grabbing my sandwich.
We're just setting up. So I used the really fancy lining, and I feel Phoenix feels like I should use my steamer, which I do have. Now I have the Stanley steamer commercial stuck in my head. Call 1-800-STEAMER. That's why I advertise.
Gets carpet cleaner.
See, everybody.
Yeah, I watched way too much TV when I was a little kid for one reason or another.
You know why? Like I tell my son, that's all we had.
True.
Wow, Marseille was today in 1944. Marseille and Toulon we're liberated. I used to know that in my World War II watching era days. I could pronounce all of that. I've lost it. Yay! Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone in the chat. I didn't want to interrupt. I was trying to type, but now you're here. So, hello, Mark. Hello, Alibaba. Hello, Joy. Hello, Kilroy. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, Godless.
I want to make myself big for a second. I'm trying to it's so hot in here. It sags my duct tape on my camera.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you got limp camera problems again? I thought we fixed this yesterday.
But it was 100. If it was 108 outside, imagine how I didn't come in here until about 15 minutes before the stream. Because I'd like peek my head in the door and I'm like, oh, A word, what's the temperature? And it was like 105. Nope, not coming out. Yay.
We'll keep track for you, Kilroy.
What are we keeping track of?
Called JJ Wentworth. Now I have that song. Okay, so because I'm an asthmatic, I was sick a lot as a child, a lot, and so I was home a lot. That's why I still watch 1970s television because it was on then. So I love those old commercials. That's why I used to put them in my videos until YouTube tried to destroy my channel over it.
Just rude. It's free advertising.
They're anti anything they can't charge me for.
True, which is why you need to make sure you've got your other backup on the Rumbles.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna actually do download day on the Rumbles because I'm gonna have to switch over to a new 50 million terabyte hard drive. And whenever I switch over, I always download all my stuff. And now I have Rumble, so I can put it all on Rumble.
Yep. Oh, fine. There's so many.
How's it going, Native Atheist? Hello. How's it going? JJ Wentworth up here from the Detroit channel. JJ Wentworth is famous. And you know, I'm so glad that you've heard that because there's one of the classic commercials from the 90s. They're on Santa Monica Boulevard. You can clearly see they're on Santa Monica Boulevard in LA. And they still play that commercial. It makes me laugh. It's like 20-something years old.
Well, why
hey, Native.
Or you ran out of funding to get a brand new commercial.
Hey, Mark Short. You know, they still do that with the Cadbury commercial.
Mm-hmm.
They've been showing the same Cadbury commercial since I was a grommet, a little grommet. Oh, all those poor animals are probably come and gone.
Except for maybe the lion.
You know, when I lived in Oregon, I would walk past the pet store, and one day I went in, and that's the day I discovered that birds live longer than humans. Would you ever own a parrot or something that's going to live over 100 years?
It's not the living 100 years. I just feel like birds need to be someplace where they get to stretch their wings and flap around.
Yeah, the cats might have too much fun putting their paws in the cage at my house. So I don't know if that would be the best. The cats would love it, but I don't know if the bird would. Right.
Because, like, I know people. When I was a kid, I had a girlfriend in junior high. I'm still friends with her on Facebook. We're actually good friends, and I ask her all the time, like, "Where's the bird?" You should say it's with my aunt or it's with my that thing's gonna outlive everybody. They had a parrot, and it's still alive. And this was, you know, I dated her in like 1994, 1995. If you want to do the math.
When you were a
long time ago. And we're still friends, and that bird is still alive.
But you know, then you don't have your pets dying on you. My mom's cat, I think, is on its last legs.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Yay. Well, if the commercial works, why change it? I agree. I agree, but it makes certain commercials. It totally makes me laugh because the parts of the city don't even look like that anymore.
Oh, good, Killer. I added a word into your comment, and I'm not going to say the word, but it made your comment even more funny.
I just saw that.
It's for some.
I bet it's gross. I bet it would be gross. Like everybody
I
talks
don't
about,
know how you find it.
hell. And you can't forget this commercial. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your
In your cup.
Oh God. Oh.
Be careful with that stuff and don't inhale it. All right. If you use it you on your hands away from your face. Okay.
Oh, you got
Another
Mr.
quote for you,
Chalk?
Kilroy.
Wait, don't inhale it.
Well, no, he found my working out chalk that I hid in my room. I was hoping he didn't find it.
Oh, you mean you didn't spend $7 on Amazon and get the 8-pack of chalk? Like, I did. Come on.
I used to work out a lot, and then COVID hit, and I just decided to dedicate my life to cupcakes, to hostess.
Well, now you've got less of a reason to be a good mom if you've got all the tools at the house. Then
I did
you
not
gotta put
know
the
that.
foot down.
My daughter has 2 parakeets. They don't live super long though. Okay. Life's short. Ethan, that's a t-shirt. See, this is twice you're making t-shirts this evening. This is why I need to get that machine.
Oh, the
I
one
did
that
not
someone
inhale.
was telling us about that printing press. Hopefully, after the big America's Untold Story meetup, Labor Day weekend, she might have some more time because then she's got to be working on those flower girl dresses for her friend's wedding. So I'm sure she'll be back. She's just working overtime. But the trading cards, the JFK trading cards, are super cute. I'll grab them next time I put my face on camera.
Awesome. So how's it going, Waternay? How's your day?
I am exhausted, but I'm glad we have the good company here tonight. So.
Okay, this is the crucial part. I can't believe the crickets are coming out early, guys. The sun is not even down completely. Really, crickets? Really?
Have you tried one of those ultrasonic cricket annoyers?
So I have one on my front yard for cats that works. It's this blinking machine. I actually showed it off a while ago. It's a blinking machine that works. It works for the cats. The cats quit going on my front yard. It solved the problem. My house is infested with crickets. They're in the walls.
Yeah, you were saying.
There's because I have the door open because all the hot air is coming out and the cold air is coming in because I live next to a mountain. So the second the sun hits the mountain, the temperature drops. And it's actually bearable. So you'll see my whole neighborhood come alive this time of evening,
Yeah, we would too if you could be outside with that internet vibe.
This is the actually perfect time.
Porcupine.
How's it going? Whatever crafting.
Hey.
Yeah. I don't even hear him anymore. I don't even hear him. But 10 or 11 years ago, I waged wars on crickets. It's kind of like when the Klingons went against the Tribbles. It's me and Cricket. And Crickets and I do not get along. And you can hear them, so they won.
I thought the crickets, but the crickets won.
I saw whatever's comment, but then I forgot that their name was Whatever Crafting, and I heard you say hello, whatever, and I'm like, well, that's rude. Whatever your name is, you read the thing, get the name right.
Oops.
They, There's a few people who couldn't hang somebody whose ex who used to live here. Every time she comes over here, she's like, I can't believe you still live with these crickets. Like, there's nothing I can do. Just put down. If I was moving, I was thinking about doing that just to be vengeful. Yeah, they're, and the funny thing is, they're not just in here, they're in the house, to the point where and I'm not kidding you when I say this, I had a loose door jamb and I came back with my hammer because it's really just a nail into the door jamb, and I look and there was more than 5 crickets just hanging out in the door jamb.
Ugh.
They're in my house. They're like, I see them walking across the hallway with a newspaper. They're like, I got next on the bathroom.
I guess the sound doesn't bother me, and I'd rather have crickets that I can hear and know where they are rather than running the risk. Like, I literally dump my shoes out every day lest there be black widow in there. Even though I wear the same shoes, but I just trained myself, like, they've been in the doorway. I found one under the bed, like, hanging from the laundry room ceiling one day. So it's like, yeah, I'm scared.
Aww. My 6-year-old helped me set up my channel name. I love it, whatever crafting.
That's adorable.
We have lots of grasshoppers here. Do you know, when I lived in central Los Angeles, like literally where I could see downtown, we had lots of roaches. And I always jokingly say that at least crickets yell. They let you know where they are.
Exactly.
Roaches are like, I live here and I'm indestructible.
Na, 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 na.
I will always.
I could not with roaches. Oh,
The hill, I can give it away because I don't live there anymore, but I lived in MacArthur Park on 3rd and Loma, and that hill was infested with roaches.
oh.
And being from the city, I wasn't ready because I'd never seen a roach before. Never. And they love, I'm not trying to kill my own stream, but they love warm surfaces.
Oh.
I've heard of Spanish fly, but Los Angeles cricket. Hey, we're a good team. We're a good team. We're new. We're good.
Tiny but mighty.
I'm gonna try reloading here.
Okay.
We have cicadas in the summer that are so bad you can't hear yourself think. It drives certain people crazy here because my house is infested, and like sometimes I feel like I'm yelling over the crickets, or if I don't hear them, I'm like, am I going crazy?
Deaf.
That works.
We'll see. Hopefully it's smoother.
I think we might have a little bit of an echo. Oh, it's gone.
Oh, good.
We had loads of cicadas and crickets lately. I go outside. You guys would laugh. If you saw my front yard, you'd be like, wow, it's teeming with life. There's really nothing I can. I've just kind of, I'm an accepting kind of guy. Like if you can't fight it, feature it.
Need to get yourself more lizards.
They are driving Cadillacs. They have bellies around here. They have gold chains. They're working triple overtime. Lizards thrive around here. Okay, this is the most important part, and ever since I messed up that one coat, it's killed my confidence.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this.
Are you making that denim one with the one long arm?
No. No, I'm actually taking my time on that pattern because the gray beard in me wants to just cut the paper.
You didn't get the tracing paper yet?
Every time I go to work, I end up having to work. And then I forget to grab the paper. I forget to grab the paper because of the size of the job that I have, we have an actual like medical facility on hand. with the full like old school stuff, and all the old school stuff is in one room, and I just need to go grab a giant roll of tracing paper.
Yes, you just need to grab it first and then start your work. Okay.
But every time I go to work, I keep on forgetting because I have to turn my radio on, and then the second they see my car, everyone's like, "Oh, can you do this? I need one of these, please. I haven't had this in a week."
I think I'm going to have to add a little structural support onto the horizontal leg with the sequins because the pins hold the other one like 4 inches shorter, or else I'm going to have legs of 2 different lengths. That'll be.
What am I doing?
I don't know.
I always say trust the math, and I'm not trusting the math. I need to measure. Okay, perfect.
Are you going to run some cording, Phoenix, or what are you going to put in there?
I might do just a couple lengths of twill tape or just something cut straight on the green to just hold it up. Okay, I just took them off, but here, let me just for a hot minute we can do this. The pained leg.
Okay.
The panes are a length, but the other side, all the decorations are horizontal.
Yeah.
And it's just very heavy. So
you need like
I need to just add something to just on the. I think if I'm really smart, maybe I should just do 4, just like just tack them on the inside.
Yeah, like a
couple
shorter
places
to pull it up.
Yep, correct. Because I'm gonna put bind off the bottoms, but that's not gonna do what I needed to do. All right, I'm hiding again.
Oh my duck! Every single one of my angles are sagging because the duct tape was like, I quit. It's like slowly. Pam, we have loads of cicadas and crickets. Like, oh, I read that one. Yes, it looks great, Phoenix. It looks absolutely great. I guess I'll take ants any day over roaches. I wasn't ready for roaches. They're semi-indestructible and they come in the billions.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only time I'd ever, fortunately, knock on wood, ever seen cicadas were the weird ones at the zoo, and those I was like, no thanks.
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing a quick run by. I'm here listening. Awesome. Hello, Butterfly. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a crazy day here too.
Hello, Butterfly.
And my crickets are letting me know the weather's. I read this weird thing online that crickets, when they're super chirpy, that's when the weather's changing. But it's getting hotter, so it's not a positive thing. I like it when they're chirping when the weather's going down.
I know. I saw at the end of the week it's supposed to be in the mid to low 70s and raining, and I was like, has winter cometh early this year?
Keep in mind, I live in the high desert, but it was legitimately 108 today.
I heard you say that. Yeah, I know I've said it like 50 gajillion times already. It would be hotter if the air wasn't covered in false clouds, aka smoke. Damn you, California. 666.
LA's gonna be. Oh, that reminds me. Has anybody seen the ad for the Diablo burger from Carl's Jr. or Hardee's?
No.
I guess they're only selling it to people like me. You know, I get ads. I'm unhealthy, and I'm the kind of guy that uses coupons at fast food places that I get at my house.
Yeah, I don't even think we have one of those in my county, though, so I think it's just literally not an option.
I can crumble an ant between my fingers. The thought of doing that with a roach, you know. And roaches have exoskeletons, so you think you crunch them and they'll like play dead, and you'll look and they're like crawling off. They're indestructible. You have to like dispose of them. Roaches are no joke.
I saw.
What's that?
Oh, just thinking of Kilroy's comment, I saw a comment and it said, it was so hot today, I went outside the house and I ran into Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. For the people who did not have a hardcore Christian upbringing, those are the three guys who were stuffed into a furnace. But they lived because God lent them and sent some angels. But yeah, oven.
Oh man, I actually remember the first time I heard that. I was one of those people where I went to church every Sunday and up until my confirmation. In the Catholic Church, if you're in high school, you get confirmed in high school, not like in the third grade. If you're going to Catholic school, but I remember them telling us, they're like, "Okay, you're confirmed. You don't have to go to church." That next Sunday, I slept. I was like snoring. I went every day for 17 years.
It seems a little weird though
Every
that they would
Sunday.
just say, you don't need to go anymore.
Well, you're considered an adult once you get that certificate and you can make your own choice. And I'm like, I'm sleeping in. I'm gonna watch football and sleep in for the first time ever because I had gone to church every Sunday. Oh,
An attendance record like that, you could have been confirmed early.
you know what though? With all my convictions nowadays, they call me when they need stuff, and because it's the Catholic Church, I know their checks will clear.
Right. Oh.
If they call me, I'll put my scaffolding up right now. I'll put some lights up. The closest to Hades is across state lines.
I think she said Hardee's.
Oh, Hardee's. I need to wear my glasses and sweat's getting in my eyes. Thank you, Pam. Regardless of my convictions, like I'm still friends with I had a really tight knit group of people I hung out with when I was being confirmed, and we hung out from the time we were in kindergarten until we were 17 years old.
And then you didn't see each other because you all quit going to church?
I moved away.
Oh.
I'm the one who literally fell off the face of the earth. Like, it's me. It's me. I am man enough to admit, like, it is me. I'm the one in that relationship that Hades, Hardee's. Same difference. I am biased, and you know what? For anyone who worked with me, they would laugh. But I'm biased because I worked at a Carl's Jr. in Portland, Oregon, and I had one of those movie experiences. So I'm pro Hardee's.
I think I'm in the process of getting half a cat because the neighbor named him, but we're bringing food over.
You guys are feeding a stray, huh?
Oh, well, they were kind of like our old cat, Dashbogue, who showed up the literal week of quarantine and did his 2 weeks in kitty quarantine. But he jumped the fence and super sweet. And then I noticed, I was like, oh, you're still carrying a set. You are not a housed kitty. Because people leave their cats out, but usually not so obviously unfixed and unattached with a human. And I guess this new chap kind of did the same thing.
You know what, Pam? When I walked away from the Catholic Church, I was walking away from an extremely toxic situation. So it's always good to save yourself. That is rule. I'm a Doctor Who fan, and rule number 2 is save yourself. Rule number 1 is the doctor always lies.
Yes, that cat stole my heart at packing a set of balls.
Movie experience, you get robbed at gunpoint. You know what? I tell this story a long time ago on 420. I went to the dispensary, and it's a long story, but I got locked in, and this kid pulled a shotgun on me, and you never know how you're going to react until it happens. I leaned in, and I was like, do it, kid. You don't know the life I've had. You don't know yourself until situations like that happen. The kid was so shocked, it gave me 2 seconds to hit the accelerator on my car and take off. Oh, but I saved my own tail by shocking him by, like, not being scared of him, you know?
Yeah.
But later driving down the road, I literally went into shock.
You're like, that could have not ended.
Like, what just happened? Like, I started thinking about it. But I'm happy, Pam. What, if you don't mind me asking, what denomination did you walk away from? We had a cat visitor for 3 years. She hated cold, so not in the snow. She was running away from home. I wonder that about Odin all the time, because my mom was like, I think Odin's double dipping. The truth is that she's feeding Odin too.
So she knows literally Odin's being.
Because I went in her backyard, I said, "What's this?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm feeding Odin." And I was like, "Well, then you can't be like,
You can't shame me for overfeeding the cat. But you were also feeding the cat.
oh." And like I said, I should have never purchased I recently bought my mom a ring, and it was the worst decision I've ever made, because the ring tells you like, oh, so and so's car got broken into, this or that. Every day now, she called me. She's like, there's a curly redhead young man breaking into cars. So I had to go on my phone. He was like 4 neighborhoods away.
Oh,
Double dipping kitten, absolutely skits.
I know. Well, your Oreo was like that too, and my auntie had a cat, Popeye, who did the same thing. He's like, the old neighbors up the street just doted on him. Not Popeye,
Oh,
whatever
that's so
their cat
funny.
was.
That is so funny.
Alibaba, just the best parts of the cat. Gets to visit, then the cat, goes home.
I say that like when my ex-wife shows up with her son, like as much as I miss the cartoon days, I'm
Hey,
like,
that one
"Oh,
gets to go home.
yeah,
You don't have to- that one's not mine.
exactly." I'm like, "Here, have a popsicle. This one has extra sugar. Here, take this."
Oh no.
Do you know what, Pam? That's hardcore. I live in a Mormon neighborhood. That's really hardcore to walk away from something like that. My family was extremely like controlling and weirdly narcissistic, and so I attributed that to the religion, because we were all from the same church. We all sat in the same pew, like we went to the same service every Sunday. If you feed me, I'll hang around your door. She lives at my house, and we kind of figured out that she punched out one of the vents, but she hasn't chewed on any wires, and I don't have any rats, so she can live under there.
Yeah. Maybe she'll get some of the crickets.
I hope she likes crickets.
She might do that. I mean, Loki loves the crispy, creamy, self-hunted treats. Those are like the crispy on the outside, creamy on the inside. He's all on.
Haven't attended church since March 2020 and decided not to go back. It's it's a good feeling to be free of something like that, because you realize how controlling people were.
Yeah, it's upsetting to me, because I feel like the people give things a bad name. Like,
I agree with you, but I always say, like, anything's good on paper until you add the human element. Everything sounds great.
right?
There are certain things, like I went through this hardcore Lenin phase, and I was like, oh, everything sounds great until you add humans, and and then you're hurting each other. Like.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that having a spiritual practice or having that is inherently wrong. But then we're back to humans screw things up sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Because religion and spirituality, for me, are not this. I think those are two different things.
I agree with you 100%. But when you come from my church became oppressive in a way, because everybody was so intertwined, and that became the problem, because back then when I left, my town was still kind of a small town.
Yeah.
And if you being excommunicated, like you didn't get canceled back then. Like being excommunicated was real, man. So you know.
Especially when it's, like, not only, I mean, there's excommunicated for real, where they're like not allowed to talk to you. And then there's, the sort of soft excommunication
Yeah.
where they're like, oh, that kid's a bad influence. and,
I heard, that's
It all got taken care of at confession. They can't be that. I mean, if you are old enough to go to confession, then we shouldn't be talking about what people are doing.
people like, and that's the problem. People are just it's the human element. I'm telling you, and Kilroy, it's true. I went hardcore. And I realized the same. People are are shitheads. It
It's
won't
true.
work.
And then when you're like, oh yeah, my family not that long ago left Ukraine and that region because of these literal things that happened. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't care for you.
My mom still goes to church every Sunday, and I ask her all the time, "How many years have you been going to church?" And she's like, 70. So as old as she's like, as long as I can remember. She's literally gone to church every Sunday for her entire life.
wow.
That's what I said. They made it really hard to get excommunicated now because people were purposely getting excommunicated. Do you know what's really funny? I found that out in the atheist community, and I went and asked, and they were like, we won't do it. I thought after Vatican II, they don't excommunicate anymore. They changed all the you used to be able to basically denounce yourself from the church because once you're baptized, it's a pile of paperwork and you're considered a Catholic for life. And so you literally have to go to the church that you were from, and then you file paperwork. But so many people are doing it, and you know what? It is because of the first wave of the Dawkins era. I can't believe I'm talking about this on my own stream. It was the first wave of the Dawkins era when people found out that they could, and that's when the church was like, "Oh no, we don't excommunicate people anymore. If you're baptized, you're in our gang for life." One of us.
Jesus forever.
I don't know what is a big heart. I don't know what sign in your throat for that one. So
I don't know.
I
threw up a cross.
big heart. They don't. But it doesn't bother me. I am. You know what? I'm one of those people that's let people do what they want. I am not going to participate in it because it was hurtful to me, and I'm not. And recently, my son wanted to go to church. He lasted like 3 or 4, going 3 or 4 times, and now he wants to be an Orthodox. And I'll say, okay, I'll find you an Orthodox.
Well, that's basically the same vein but different.
Oh, but I'm a firm believer in letting, because I was a bit of a phaser as a kid, and so I believe in letting people discover who they are. And he's young, if it's not hurtful, I'll pay for it. I want to see where it goes.
Right. Well, it's nice. I mean, finding your one's spiritual practice sometimes involves trying different stuff out and seeing what you like and what makes sense and what doesn't. You should be open. So many folks get born into a path, but that has never meant that that's the only path.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I sit in with my mom, and I know my mom won't let any riffraff near my child because I know she'll go toe to toe.
She's like, you want trouble? I'll give you trouble.
Gotta let him get it out of his system. Absolutely. I think he saw the mechanism behind it. I was born and raised in the church, and it was all I ever knew. It's nice to free from organized religion. Absolutely. I was raised the exact same way, and it was shocking to me. I was so sheltered when I moved. College was different because most people were like me. But when I moved to LA, I was shocked to find out that people didn't grow up going to church every Sunday.
Yeah, I prefer the disorganized religions myself.
I went every Sunday forever.
Forever. Oh God.
So I totally understand that one. And you know what? I have this one patch that it's a cross, and it says we all believe in lies. Every time I ride and I wear it, it starts fights with somebody in my town. But I live in a Mormon town, and they're not scared to tell you, I don't like your patch. That is one thing. I actually grew up in a predominantly Mormon area, so I have an extensive knowledge of the Mormons, and I really read a bunch of Richard LeGrand books, and um, I had a roommate in Oregon who was trying. He was from Ghana, and still to this day, I'll never know why, but he wanted to join the Mormon religion.
Oh,
He was a crab fisherman. He was the greatest roommate ever. He was gone most of the year, but when he was there, he would have meetings at the house.
hmm.
And the messed up thing is I don't think they ever made him a member.
Yeah. The Mormon Church has some history of issues. I don't know if they still have issues, but they had issues for quite some time.
That's
I thought
why
there was some sects in Mexico that that are not actually Mexican but have compounds there that Mexico's like, I think you might need to go home now.
That was a big deal. They literally got kicked out of northern. They did get kicked out of northern Mexico.
Wow.
They do. Hey, I'm a capitalist in that sense. Like, I also do a lot of sewing for Muslim people as well. I got famous for a giant jean skirt, and then like people will come to me with material. They're like, "Can you do that in this?" And I'm like, "Yes, I can make a giant circle."
If you have enough fabric for a circle skirt, I will do it.
And I'm telling you, this is weird. I don't know if this is like my clientele. Everyone's around my height.
Oh, you've
In
got
my-
some gigantic ladies in your neighborhood.
I'm telling you, like you make fun of me for feeling short. Like I'm eye to eye.
I will forever and ever.
Everyone
Totally
around
dying.
me, everyone around me is tall. I live in a land of giants. We had the burning in the bosom. Oh, he had the burning in the bosom. Still issues for days. You know,
Hmm.
but I'll tell you, like, I grew up around all the Mormon kids were really nice to my face, but as we grew up, I can definitely see there were certain things that like they would judge me for, or they just flat out were not allowed to do. And it created a wall. But like all religions, we like anything, we'll have a category, it'll create a wall, and all of a sudden we only associate with people that are on our side of the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, the LDS folks I knew when I was much younger were like normal, but I also grew up like where we had the Hill Cumorah pageant.
I don't know the Hill Cumorah pageant.
It's, if I'm going to get it correct, or somebody will correct me, it's kind of where John Smith met with the angels and the whole thing started. I came from the birthplace.
That was a complete fail. I'm glad no one heard that.
That's all right. I'll fill up all the empty space.
You know, it's really funny. I completely tune out the crickets, and then I started talking about them, and they're like, "Yeah, we're here, and we never left."
Burning.
It's like
in the
trying
bosom sounds like a slang for an STD. Yeah. Better than the clap.
God, I have this. I've brought my pattern out of retirement because I fell in love with my patch coat, and I'm finishing. I'm making a denim duster to go full cowboy. That's why the other day I said I tried coffee for this first time. Coffee was on the off limits. You know, I've always wondered about that. You know, even being raised Roman Catholic, I didn't start drinking soda until I was 25. I really wasn't a big soda drinker at all. But yeah, Butterfly, I'm making a duster because I have a mile of denim now, and I'm like itching to make stuff. But I'm gonna make a whole outfit. I'm gonna make overalls. I'm gonna make denim overalls, and the duster is the easy part.
Yeah. All right, Ellie.
I like coffee and gin too much for the Mormons to ever consider me Mormon material. I knew somebody that would wake up and put E and J in their cup.
I think that the denim could be, since you have a lot of it, if you made like some loose coveralls, that would be really good material for that because it would be so sturdy.
Absolutely. And because I wear what I make, I need something that's gonna be able to withstand the experience that is Godless sewing.
All right, I'm going to mute myself and turn my camera off because I need a snack so that I don't get hangry.
No hangies.
I'll be back.
All right, enjoy your snacky snack.
Thank you.
All right, let's see here. Pam. Oh, nice. Butterfly Pam. I remember when I had a birthday cake for the first time, everyone swore they wouldn't tell my mom. Oh, Kilroy could always make a denim duffel bag. Yes. And then the question could be like the question of like when you assess trunk size of like how many bodies you can fit, like how many coats will fit in this duffel bag.
You totally reminded me of when I was a kid. A duffel bag was like a duffel bag. They were humongo.
Yeah.
And of course, I was like a kid, so everything,
right, everything was huge. But all right, I've done what I can do. The pieces I cut for my cuffs aren't long enough. Don't feel like dealing with that right now. I can't find my gathering foot for my 101, so I'm going to work on my version of my quilted house coat for a few minutes.
And that's another thing. I'm still going to make some crazy rodeo clown inspired pants too. Now that I have all this crazy fabric, but I watch a lot of PBR late at night. Instead of drinking it, I watch it now. Professional bull riding.
Right, not Pabst Blue Ribbon.
No. Even in the inflation days, it was like $4 a pitcher, even in the like 12 years ago when I used to drink. And things were getting expensive even back then.
All right, yay, Allie's back.
Yay.
Oh, I should have grabbed my buttonholer to play with. All right, let me go grab the buttonholer and see if I can stuff the pieces in, because I don't understand how this is supposed to work.
Also, I was remembering today that I used to wear my dad's parka. They really do not make parka jackets like they used to unless you're willing to spend $400. I was 35 when I found out kids make Christmas lists. I thought it was such a great idea. Then I did have to guess. I completely understand. My parents were like, the soda thing was weird to people though, because they were like, you don't drink soda? I'm like, no, I don't drink soda. I had a Powerade addiction. I still drink Powerade. I do. I still drink Powerade. I buy it at the store. PBR became a hipster beer, so it's kind of pricey now. What? I couldn't imagine being like, oh, excuse me, barkeep. No way.
Can I have a picture of your finest PBR, please?
PBR was just reliable because no matter where in America you would go, there would be a cheap picture of PBR, no matter where in America,
I know. It's so funny living westward and more southward, like that. There's not, you can't find a single, like they don't sell Labatt Blue. And it just is weird to me.
Do they still sell Lowenbrow?
I don't know.
I was obsessed with that stuff when I was a kid, but I'm literally the guy who hasn't had a drink since like my son started living here. Literally, there's a direct correlation with my son living with me and never having a drink again. Nothing against soda here, but caffeinated soda was frowned upon. Oh, totally. Do they even sell soda in Utah? Lowenbrow is here. Oh man, I miss that stuff. But I don't drink anymore, but like I could still smell like St. Pauli girls smelled like gummy bears to me. And Rolling Rock too. But I'm from the 90s. I'm aging myself right now. Anybody remember Zima?
Yeah, oh God. Yeah.
I got really sick because it was too much sugar for my little system. I was a kid and I didn't realize what I was doing to myself.
Yeah, that's got alcohol in it, kid.
Even though I don't really drink beer, Rolling Rock is a pretty reliable find where I'm at. That's awesome. Have a great
Good night,
night, Butterfly.
butterfly.
It was great to see you. I'll be around. I'm gonna be around on Wednesday. I have fabric for days. If I still have a voice.
You've got fabric for years. Don't take yourself good.
Well, I have so many ideas, and it all started with the rah rah roast routine video and the sequins. And now that I like have them in my house, I'm like in the mirror. I'm like, I have so many more ideas now. Zima's were when me and my friends. My friend had these two twin sisters, and we were like the big older dudes, and we told people like we need booze. That's our tax, and they bought us a case of Zima. We literally went to the park, drank it, and got sick, both of us, because we were dumb kids trying to show off. They still have Zimas. They just call them
Yeah, but a White Claw tastes better. Or I like the hard seltzers are not terrible. Plus, they're better calorie control.
It's past my time. I have never had a White Claw. It's way past my time. My mom was traveling through Utah with a friend. The convenience store based sure to point out there was caffeine in the soda. Oh, there was caffeine in the soda. Oh, very interesting. Yes, we have a Coca-Cola warehouse and Pepsi warehouse local.
Pepsi.
I'm obsessed with Pepsi. I need professional help. Last night I put two cubes in the fridge because it's so cold. And I looked and I was like, I need professional help. Oh, so you do? Do you know I have been to Utah, but like I'm weird. When I travel, the cops pull me over and they're surprised that there's no beer in my cooler. It's nothing but Pepsis and water. I bring my own. I'll stop at a gas station to get ice. But I have a traveling cooler. Does that make me weird that I bring my own stuff with me?
No, you sound like me and my grandparents. No, you sound like you've been trained by old folks.
I was raised by senior citizens. Like people think I'm playing. Like my parents were like, "Oops, we're having a kid." Like, you know. So I do. I eat every day by 4:30, 5 o'clock. Every day. I'm emaciated. Even when I'm at work, I'm like, "Oh, we need to get food," or I'm gonna start yelling at.
No, you're not emaciated. You just get hangry.
I get hangry. I do. I'm that Snickers commercial where the guy turns into Betty White.
Yeah.
Up here they have black fly. Vodka pop like a thing. I like them. Coolers are practical. Waternay, where'd you go?
Having a snacky.
Oh, that's right. I refuse to drink White Claw out of principle. It's called to buy a fifth and mix your own drink. One of the reasons I quit drinking is because I had an absolute drinking problem. So I was drinking hard alcohol and chasing it with the Corona. Like I had issues. I was drinking whiskey and using beer as a chaser. Like so, all this new age stuff. Like I never heard of it. Or you were a Boy Scout. I was a Boy Scout too. I was a Boy Scout. Where's that picture? I need to find that picture. I still have my elementary school yearbook photo where every single one of us came in our Boy Scout uniforms because we were all proud.
Aww. Okay, I guess I got to work on this house coat because I need to find actually, I've got the directions, the original for this buttonholer, but I want to read the PDF so I don't human handle the other ones. I don't know how to shove the die. I don't know how to put the piece in the hole. Like, it doesn't look like it wants to fit, and I don't want to break anything. Oh, Ellie, you still have your Scout uniform. It doesn't fit anymore. Fair. I don't have my old Scout uniform. Maybe my mom still got my vest from Girl Scouts. I can't remember. And my gold and silver pin. Actually, I could probably order whatever I wanted because I think I'm a registered Girl Scout for life because it just worked out that way.
Oh, is that how it works? Does that mean I'm a Boy Scout for life? Pack 493 for life.
Not necessarily, but I know that I am.
I remember, excuse me, I remember what pack we were because as like Alibaba, I still have my uniform. And my pops was the scoutmaster. So we would go on crazy trips and he would take us hooting. I bet you couldn't do that nowadays.
I think it depends on what state your troops in. In New York, that might be challenging. Idaho, that's probably just called to your troop meeting.
We were LA County. I doubt you can go hooting in LA County nowadays.
Right. Okay, the die goes down.
Okay.
Spikes down into the gear. See,
I still have my sash from when I was a Girl Scout. I have my sisters, and I ruthlessly take her patches off because we don't like each other. And I hope she's hate listening.
yeah, I mean, in theory, I understand how. It's just that how to put the die through the black hooky thing, because it like literally, I don't know how to make that fit. Like, you angle it and then shove it in on a wing and a prayer, like.
Sometimes these machines are a lot more hardcore than you think. It's solid steel, so sometimes you gotta get Incredible Hulk and just start shoving and smashing.
Okay.
I'm talking about a sewing machine.
Right, because I was gonna say I've got this, and doesn't this piece need to fit through this hole and then slide this way?
Okay, you have to open the back of it that's in your hand.
Oh.
It opens like a clamshell.
Oh, that's where you stick it in the hole. Ooh, that's got some old nasty grease in there.
Sorry, I'm trying not to talk with food in my mouth, but
no, thank you. I thought it went in a different hole, and I was like, I don't get it. Okay, that's enough of me being on stream with my face talking about stuff and shoving stuff into holes and opening up the back of clamshells like we've.
But that's what we're here for. That is exactly what we're here for.
We literally had an unfortunate accidental learning episode. And it goes in the back. Yes. Okay, I stuff the piece in the back through the open hole. I got it.
You should see the first time I discovered something like that. And I'm like, oh, I was being way too nice. You just gotta, like I said, you gotta get mean sometimes.
Right. I just
the vintage one.
Needed it. It was supposed to get shoved into. Oh God.
The machines fight back, Phoenix. They fight back.
I know, but I realized like with these sinker attachments, they're really straightforward. So I was like, there must be something like I literally don't get, which I literally didn't understand which hole.
What was that? Gilroy, I need a quote. Sorry.
Do you have it cleaned out and oiled, and did you dust any?
Have you serviced it? Does need to be clean. No, this is the first time I understood how to open up as I'm going to pretend to show you my back hole, but there's some old nasty oil in there, so I should take a.
Well, there's also a lever, so you can spread it wide while we're making Kilroy clothes.
All right. Okay. Oh, good. So I can make it even bigger. Like we can do spread eagle the buttonholer and do a deep, thorough probing and cleansing operation.
Right. To adjust the stitch width.
The stitch width. Okay. Well, we can adjust the stitch width too. I'm down for that.
Everything you just said sounded like an alien abduction.
Yes, there's going to be lots of probing with the cams get to be tricky, sticky things. Okay. Good to know.
Okay. Hiding away again.
Right. Sorry, I am interrupting. Hopefully, I haven't caused you to spit food out of your mouth laughing at my ineptness. Okay, brilliant. That feels so less stressful now. I've been like weeks looking at that, and I'm like, I don't understand how to make this work. And then I just like shake my head in frustration, put it back, and I'm like, I just can't deal with you right now. We'll get back to you. Okay, I'm sewing pieces down because unlike Godless, who sewed the quilt top and then cut the shapes, I cut my shapes and then I'm sewing my pieces to it because I think I am going to add another lining layer and do some type of probably simple
Well, to be
box
fair,
quilt.
it's because I'm impatient. You're much more immature than I am. I made it and then cut it, and then I ironed last.
No,
Like,
I think
dead last.
I don't think there's one right or way or wrong way because yours is like you just built the quilt top and then did the stuff afterwards, which is one valid way. And I'm the more crazy quilt. You need all the some stuff put together so you can like go balls to the walls with the lace and the decorations. I'm not hand crazy quilting this outfit, but yeah, I we just have a different process. It's okay.
I have had the Rasputin song stuck in my head for like a week now.
No. Oh, my favorite that I've gotten back into my head. Hush, hush, hush. Here comes the boogeyman. Do, 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 do. Catch you if you can. Oh, it's so good. It's from the 20s or the 30s. Oh, the boogeyman song. Because I'm getting into my vintage Halloween. Ookie bookie. Thinking of my Halloween music box act that I always default to that I need to just like be consistent because usually I just play and I realize I need to have like a set.
When is it too early to start celebrating holidays? Like right now, is it too early for Christmas stuff to be out?
It depends on what you do and how much preparation it takes.
Christmas is extremely like a blah. Like I'm gonna do a gang of live streams during Christmas because it's a blah kind of season for me. I'm warning you now.
Yeah,
No.
but that's different. I mean, folks who like have these giant light displays or have these giant Halloween haunted house adventure
True.
pieces, or I mean, these poofy pants. I was thinking of were like costume. Like I started those 6 weeks ago. I don't remember how many streams have I been complaining about those pants and they're not finished yet.
Like there's a place by my house. It's called Candy Cane Lane, and they it's really really rich people, but the entire block becomes like a giant, every house has Unreal displays. They're already setting it up. Do you know it was 108 today? I know I've said that 4 times already, but
Yeah, I know. Come on, how hot was it?
I don't even want to think about Christmas when you can literally go cook an egg on the street outside.
Right, but those folk like to pull off such that type of a grand escapade requires
I agree.
that time thought, and if you wait, then it's a bigger nightmare. So I see both ways. And let's see here. Unless it's a Christmas store, they are 365 Christmas, and they are 365 Christmas. Allie thinks it's too early for Christmas. Yeah, I think unless you're like making holiday gifts and like I will never knit anyone a pair of socks but me. But if I was going to knit myself a pair of socks for Christmas, I should probably start now. Christmas season starts after Thanksgiving, full stop. The decorating part of Christmas, yes. There was a place here that people were famous for lights. No snow could stay on the property even when it was super cold. I would like one that's hot. I'd like after the first of the year to go out with my hair dryer and melt all the snow. They had a Santa on a sleigh on the roof 365 days a year. Yeah, if it was super heavy, did they at least like make it? Oh, I guess you couldn't change out Santa for a skeleton if they just kept the sleigh out and then changed. Because I saw somebody had a 15-foot skeleton in their yard, I noticed the other day. That was kind of fun. If the displays are huge, then it probably needs months of labor to set up. Yes, Killer A.
There's one guy who he has a full hockey rink with fake players that are lit up in his front lawn.
And you Google every time.
Well, he's a Ducks fan, so I'm just like it's always the Ducks beating the Kings because it's they're literally an hour away from
Rivals,
each other.
right?
Not even an hour without traffic. Anaheim, like it's like a hop, skip, and a jump from downtown.
Yeah.
I'm looming knitting a basket to give as a
A
Christmas gift.
blanket. Yeah,
Oh,
see, that's something that you would want to
fine.
start now.
That's true. Like I buy gifts. I asked my son in January, so what do you like? What do you because I hate the rush of all the crazy people in the stores because I'm tactile. I want to like go and buy it. So I buy things early.
Yeah, my family, what is it, Elfster? There's like a Secret Santa app that, because we live all where we live, and there's not necessarily oodles of small humans, so it's mostly a whole bunch of adults. I agree, Watermaid, that can't be great for that roof to have that Santa up there all the time. But to each their own. If they can pay for the roof, then it's not my problem.
You're reminding me of I used to take a lot of Greyhound trips, and there was this one stop somewhere in Northern California, but they had this whole display of all these bikes, of all these crazy things on the roof, and they had an old bathtub on the roof.
What?
And it was there for years because I took the Greyhound back and forth for years, and it was there every time. I'm gonna go find my old pictures. It was the strangest thing.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great for a roof. Like, did they have extra steel supports inside there?
But like, have you ever seen those people that turn trash into art? It was one of those houses.
Yeah. Oh, so they were probably. Oh, so that really was probably not structurally safe because so many of the artist brains are not structural engineers.
No, not at all. As somebody who is and was raised by an actual real engineer, no, I'm not. I am not. If you could tell by how I have my cords under my desk.
You're a disgrace. Okay, Allie, the place you were talking about was super well built. It was on the roof for over 30 years. Yeah, that sounds impressive. Building skills. Wow. I'm tired.
Oh, I forgot that I put something on the back of this shirt. A lot of my work shirts are so old because I've been, sewing as a way of life, and I'm looking at my phone right now, and I'm like, oh, there's something on the back of this shirt. Let's see what I put in my notes. Let's see. I think I've already set the temperature enough.
Yes, you have. You're not allowed to complain one more time.
Rolling.
Did you cancel Paramount Plus yet?
No, but it's the only thing. That and ESPN I still have. I got rid of everything else. And Spectrum, weirdly, is still begging me to keep at least 2 boxes. And they're willing to drop it, but they're willing to drop it like $75.
No, you're gonna say I'm no longer interested in your services. Thank you. Goodbye.
I think I'm scared to cut cable because it's familiar. I've had and the funny thing is I say this all the time throughout my entire 20s. I didn't watch television.
It's gonna be okay. You can do it. It's gonna be okay.
Did you know that today is Power Ranger Day?
No.
And the reason I bring that up is because the original series was filmed on my street and around my elementary school. And they weirdly filmed it in my town. And every time, if you look it up, a ranger gets arrested, it's in my hometown. So the Power Rangers are infamous in my hometown.
Oh, let's see here. Kilroy, artists tend to not think about such things as safety factor and dynamic load. Exactly. Oh, you're getting, you were officially being yelled at by Kilroy, and I don't want to be on that end.
Oh, I can hear that. I'm now looking. I can hear that one.
You need to cancel it now.
Do you know what it is? I need to just bite the bullet. Like, I own a bunch of VHSs of Star Trek: The Next Generation, of Deep Space Nine. I just need to buy everything on DVD like I did for Stargate. One day I realized, well, I really like this show, so I bought everything on DVD, and I need to do that with my Star Trek. I need to update my Star Trek collection because Paramount has everything. I just hit a button, I can watch it. But as far as the original series, I have every single episode on DVD and VHS.
Yeah, you don't need X.
Going to wash my hands and triple check my teeth for spinach. In my
Okay,
defense,
well, I'll let you know if there's gazelles in the forest.
last time Waternay had spinach in her teeth, and I didn't say anything.
Oh, you're what?
So I
terrible.
promise I will look this time. I'll be all up in your business this time.
You look in the grill for those gazelles.
Well, because I was raised in a house that was ran by women, like I'm classically trained. I know to look at a woman and be like, "Oh, you changed your hair," or "Wow," like I'm classically trained, you know.
But you missed a very important thing. Your training let you down in this.
Today is National Bow Tie Day, National Cherry Turnover Day, and National Red Wine Day. Oh, red wine. Spinach is rare here, man. I live in spinach, bro, because they grow it here. I'll mail some to you. More food.
Yes, we're
Maybe-
back to the food talk. No, but just temporary. I think this was just a temporary stop on tonight's misadventures.
I think Sydney, we're just perpetual. I'm sitting here legally smoking, so I'm hungry all the time. But I stopped myself. I learned a long time ago. I don't give in to my cravings. So if I'm like, oh, I need peanut butters and blueberries, I know that's just the food, the food talking. Now I have red wine. I'm so old. I have that on vinyl, and it's the original vinyl that I bought at a record shop. I was obsessed with buying singles because I could afford them.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta look. I know you gotta look out for people. keep them under the spinach. Oh.
Oh, that's funny because I do eat a lot of salads, even though I don't look like it. I'm obsessed with making salads.
No, I have salad at least twice, if not 3 times. All my meals.
Oh,
Frequently.
see, this camera is saggy too because of the heat. Look at that.
I'll be big.
It's the heat. Oh, that's so funny.
I've got limp camera problems.
It's because I think duct tape can solve all problems. Yay, Sydney's blue.
Right, except it can't fix 108 degrees again. You just put fried chicken in the oven, you bake it for an hour. I guess I turned 60 minutes into 20 minutes when I was reading the directions in the store.
That's still going to be the best thing ever. Now I'm craving fried chicken.
Exactly. I know, I wondered, it's so hot. I would just do it mine in my air fryer and not heat up my whole house with the oven. But you love spinach, not even cans of spinach. Canada, what's going on up there? Like, you can't even get a tinned nasty spinach.
I think I take it for granted because I literally live where it grows. When I go to Ventura, I drive past like 1,000-acre, like 100-acre farms of spinach and avocado farms. And
oh, good, we're gonna have a spinach deal happening. Popeye spinach to the rescue.
Now I'm craving Popeyes and spinach, even though I know what you were saying. Are you kidding me? That's why I call myself William the Inhaler Man. I'm William the Inhaler Man. I grew up watching that stuff. How come they haven't rebooted Popeye? Is it politically incorrect? Is Popeye politically incorrect?
I don't know if Popeye is, but what I mean, but no, I think the funnier question would be they could redo it, but how would they just ruin it? Like, he smokes, he's got one giant arm. Like, in today's world, like, you'd get canceled for smoking. They saw your one giant arm and think that you're jacking off all
He was
day
tatted.
and tatted.
He
And
traveled the world, but like I know tons of sailors that like, oh, I've been to Singapore, I get a tattoo. I've been to Laos, I get a tattoo. Like that was the sailor thing, you know.
right. Oh, 65 degrees. I'll take that. And you just got a new air fryer, still figuring it out. The times and temps I memorized from my old one no longer work. Even oven is the safe choice. Fair. Yeah, that's okay.
Awesome.
Oh, you can get busted. You could see yourself getting busted for smuggling spinach. Right, they're going to send you to the same re-education camp as Jordan Peterson. Like, you need to be re-educated. Who said you could bring fresh produce over
California,
international lines?
where I live, we have checkpoints at every border. You think I'm playing? Every border, they ask you, are you bringing any animals or food that is foreign to the
Or
state of
produce.
California?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I've had to drive through those checkpoints. Olive oil was depicted as a lightheaded and weak. Exactly. Oh, and Bluto was a bully. Wimpy was just wimpy. Yeah, I don't know if in today's kid zeitgeist do they really understand that, like, would the characters still resonate? Like, how would they have to ruin them for kids to?
But Wimpy represented the everyday poverty. Like every single person represented somebody, and Wimpy
Yeah.
represented the fact that the average person was broke.
Yeah,
Like you had to have money to sit down. Like you had to have money.
right. Spinach was expensive, man.
That's why I always used to ask my because I grew up around people that were so much older. I'd ask my grandparents, and they were like, "No, man, the 20s were not roaring, the 30s were not happy, the 40s were the worst ever, and the 50s were not happy days."
No, but then we had better living through chemistry.
Oh, boy,
Killer Ray. Somebody would probably read into Bluto too much and think he was a national stereotype when he was just a bonehead. Yes, Wimpy would work for a burger anytime. And why work today when I can work tomorrow?
Well, they'd probably end up giving Wimpy counseling and a job and a place to stay and a meeting to go to.
Right.
We have now
And a free crack pipe.
modernized Popeye. Thank you.
I knew we could do it. We could ruin everything.
Well, if you think about it, like Batman and Peter Parker have outlasted everybody, Spider-Man and Batman, but someone like Popeye.
Oh,
what
and
about-
the meme came back last week. The right, the left, and somebody else, and they all made and the Spider-Verse over the
Oh,
mugshot.
God.
Okay, that's our
I had a
big
three.
I'm done with the politics.
My son and I had like a 2-hour conversation about the Spideyverse. We had to have dad time and talk to him about people who pick dandelions from the yard and make them into a salad. That's how broke people were back then. Exactly.
What's wrong with eating dandelion greens from your yard in the salad? Though preferably you braise them with some pork fat because they're super bitter, and pork and bitter greens is always nice. Ooh, and dandelion wine. That sounds good too. Oh, there's sewing happening. I see pin. Are we rolling over our pins? Is that what I'm witnessing right now, or are there no pins? I'm confused. I've not seen a single pin being taken out. Your dandelion is sweet. I'm sure it is, Allie. Have we?
What's that?
I was trying to do the play-by of guessing whether you were running over your pins. Oh no, you've got them pinned horizontally.
Way off. So I don't hit them. That's why if I'm hitting pins, like I pinned way wrong, and that's just me smiling on a bad day.
No, depending on which machine, I'm more careful, but I usually pin perpendicular to my seam and not horizontal.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, that's just the way I roll.
I go with the machines just because I'm a goof, and sometimes I forget they're even in there.
I guess we were both wrong. There was no pin sewing over, but that was my bet too.
Oh,
That's one
those
of the
denim
reasons
are
I'm not afraid of the kitchen is because when I was a wee one, it is because of those who. Oh, you grew up with folks who remember the Depression and needed to learn how to cook. Okay, now I get it.
That's why the other day when Waternay told me that she knew a young person who didn't know how to cook, I was kind of shocked because where I'm from, that's like rule number 2. Like you got to learn how to cook right away. You need to be self-sufficient.
Yeah, well, and it's easy these days. I mean, well, there's like cooking, and then there's like, can you get something frozen and learn how to use your microwave? Does that count as cooking?
No, because my parents, that's where shaming kind of works. My parents would always tell a joke about how my my parents in the 70s were in the line somewhere and some guy came up with a cart full of boxes and my dad looked at my mom and was like, "Do not laugh at this man. Be kind to this man."
They're special.
Because he didn't know how to cook, and that's a rule in my house. So now, like, even with my son, when I see somebody, I'm like, don't say anything because we cook. Like, we buy ingredients. Where I'm like, Isaiah has his own spice rack. We cook.
Yeah.
I have daily brain farts. Gilroy, no
Oh,
judgment.
no, that's okay. I thought I didn't misinterpret it too much when I was a wee one. The importance of the ability to cook was impressed on you by people who remember the Depression. Yeah, I thought I attempted to translate what I was reading. Making a mess in my space. Let's see here. Brain fart. There's nothing wrong with brain farts. Allie loves making. I know. Wine of making is not something I've done. Quite a few of the kids I grew up with could slaughter and do all the cuts. I remember the people across the street going deer hunting and having the deer hanging in the front yard. You couldn't do that in my neighborhood now. Or I mean, you
My
might be where I used to live, but where I live currently, I don't think that's a go.
my brother, I watched my brother's wife, who's probably like five. If she's 80 or 90 pounds, I would be shocked. She's so skinny.
Oh,
Like she's skinny. We're the exact same age. We all went to high school together. I watched her skin and completely jerky take the ribs off everything of a deer in her garage. And she looked at me and she's like, "Don't retch, city boy." And she's smaller than me. Like she's tiny. Like
yeah, but you don't have
literally
to drink.
she's
You just need to have a really sharp knife and know where to
oh
make the cuts. Like, it's not a brute force thing. That's how you make it not nice.
and she's from the UK, so she had that extremely snarky British accent. You know, she's
Oh yeah, I've got a couple of 50 pound, not 50. I've got flour in my. There's somebody collects emergency preparedness supplies, and I do have quite a bit of flour in my collection right now. Let's see here. I know. Oh, you make wine and kvass. It's so easy. I need to make kvass because I do love me some fermented beverages. I used to do. I had a kombucha. I know I'm so West Coast now. I had a kombucha culture and a water. Oh, a water something culture. Water culture? No, but it was like kombucha, but you didn't use tea. It was something similar, but not the same.
That's called wine.
No, it's not the. No, yeah, it's.
Just kidding.
um, even has a book on homemade wine. Ooh, you even have a book. So many French farmers make their own cold cuts with aged beef. 45-day cure is common here. Oh, the best agers are in Quebec. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna start going to the butcher shop for my beef because I don't know how I feel about mRNA in my beef and other four-legged meat stock, so I'm kind of want to go to the local place and then mostly eat chicken and fish.
I worked at 2 different slaughterhouses in Stockton, and you'd be surprised what's in our food.
Yeah. Ooh, you got a 10-pound sack of flour. Go through them faster than I expect. Well, I know it. You're probably like blowing through a 10-pack a day with your new bread maker. How?
I do that with sugar, and I'm like, I'm gonna catch the beaties.
That's an embarrassment.
I'm gonna catch the beaties. Because I started with the 5-pound bags, and now I buy the 10-pound bags.
Yeah, no, we talked. You were complaining earlier today, and we've talked about this. Go to the doctor and get a lab order, or
I don't want to know
there's
that I really do.
direct-to-consumer labs that you can just order the kit and pay them money, and you don't even need to go see the doctor. You should just like do that shit.
You do want to know because you don't want to lose a foot, your leg, your
No.
eyes.
I was gonna say your dick might not work, and you could go blind. Like if
I've had a good run on all of it. All of it. We've had great runs. We could write. All of us could write novels. All 3 of us. We formed together like Voltron.
Is this when we join fists?
I have a ring. One makes poor decisions. The other one. You know why? I think because I was a sick child, so I avoid the doctor. Because of my asthma, I would catch everything. And so I've just learned to avoid people and take a certain decent amount of care of myself and eat a certain amount of healthy things and stay away from milk.
Oh, are you lactose intolerant?
It messes with my lungs. But I was one of those people because I didn't drink soda till I was 25. I drank milk like it was water. And I miss milk.
Oh, all that fluffy mucus, yeah, that is not
When
helpful for everybody.
Not at all. When you're super asthmatic like I am, milk does not mix.
Oh
Yeah.
But I
Don't
miss
mix
it though. But I still obsessively eat breakfast in every meal.
Ew. I like a savory breakfast, not this like sweet American crap. Because oh my god, we used to go to my grandma's house and she would make this Jewish, well, she would have gefilte fish, and there's the best story about when my dad's cousin went fishing, brought home some carp, and she had them swimming in the bathtub before she made gefilte fish. Like, that was the freshest gefilte fish you could ever get.
In the history of ever. You know what though? Like, I knew someone that did that with a catfish. I was like, oh, they're like, oh, I caught all these catfish. I'm like, where are they? They're like, look in the pond in front of my house. And I'm like, they live here now. How can you eat these things? They were so tasty.
Yeah, no, she didn't have a pond. They were just literally in the bathtub.
Oh, you guys are guilting me to go get tested. I am extremely unhealthy. I am.
You are being officially shamed by your friends to do the right thing.
Skim milk is water. Lying about. I agree with you. I can't drink any of the imitations either. Almond milk is gross.
Why waste all that water? How do you milk that baby almond? Like, where's the teat on an almond?
Thank you. This is my main, because people try with me because, like, you know, people know that I was obsessed with drinking milk. They're like, what about this and this? And I'm like, I've tried it all. Trust me, I've tried it all.
It's unpleasant.
I don't mind the oat milk. But I'm just not a cereal eater. Like, I just don't usually have things that require milk.
Oh, go ahead.
Can you do heavy cream? Does that make you congested?
Yeah, it does, but I think it's the amount and the consistency. So I'll when I eat pumpkin or sweet potato pie, you'll literally look at my plate and be like, "Where's the pie?" I'll put so much heavy whipping cream on. It doesn't. It won't hurt me, but when I drink milk, I'll drink like half a gallon of milk.
Oh, gross!
I love milk.
My waistline does not love all that many calories.
And I think that's another thing. The older I get, my body just can't take it because one of the reasons I'm not 500 pounds is because of my lungs. Because my body cannot take the weight, you know.
Oh,
Go to the bathroom and getting stashed by a fish in the tub. I
I know my grandma couldn't be the only one who was like, "Hey, this
Not
fish is
too-
straight out of actually." We probably shared the Lake Ontario. That's where that fishy came from.
I saw that. I saw a video. There's a man who like has made his crab famous as somebody who grew up eating seafood and growing up near farm animals. Our species has survived for a reason, and it's not people like him. There's a man on
haven't seen
YouTube
the-
that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I haven't seen the crab one, but I've seen the lobster guy.
Oh, they both drive me crazy. I know exactly what you're talking about too. There's all kinds of weird countdowns because I'm constantly looking for positive stories on YouTube because I'm tired of all the drama. So I'm always looking up like, come on, show me something positive. Show me something positive. And I laugh at me. So I'm big on rescue animals. And a crab apparently is considered a rescue animal.
Well, if it's one of those special ones that they keep finding at Red Lobster.
Oh, it's the strangest thing to me. But again, I grew up in a farm setting. I grew up around like fish eaters, so I do not name I do not name breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
No, I take the Martha Stewart approach. If I'm gonna have farm animals again or like food stock, it's chicken breast, chicken cutlet, chicken parm. Like you just remember what their purpose is and egg yolks. Allie, how did you get you must be amazing. 10% cream over raspberries and sugar. The blue crabs or lobsters go for big cash for aquariums. I know they're so pretty. Kilroy, the neighbors are keeping geese as pets, and last week I went from one looking tasty to two looking tasty. I'll never understand why people keep stock as pets. Yeah, I think some folks get emotionally attached, but my human keeps wanting a Christmas goose, but they're like freaking $90 for like two adult humans to eat a giant goose. It feels like a waste of money.
Wow, the price has jumped on a goose.
Yeah, they're not cheaper at my house.
They used to be a lot cheaper, but everything's gone up because I do eat a lot of seafood. And you have to be rich again to eat crab and lobster again.
Right. I'll probably just hang out for another couple minutes. I kind of want to go meet the new cat that they've named Bai. I'm guessing it's Hindi, so it's probably Bai. Should go make friends with the new cat that I have to take care of. Now, I saw him the other day, and I was like, I wonder, because they just sat right out, smelled the fence, looked right outside the fence, just like my Dashi Bobo did. But I worry, since he was also feral cat, if this new cat's also going to have the congenital hypertrophy of his heart. That's not the right words. I know better than this. Cardiac hypertrophy, because he only lasted 2 years.
Oh, that's sad.
It was. He lived a year on the streets, and then I gave him the best year he could have ever had. I do have cats as friends.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm Captain Cat Patch now. I have a
Right. I want it meow.
I have like over like 4 or 5 cat patches. That's a habit.
I need to make sure that my human comes home because we've got to take the car in to get the front differential finished being fixed because they didn't have a part. So that's at 9:30, and we need to see Honolulu. I don't know.
Right.
I just heard about a hybrid of ducks and geese, and apparently they are not all aggressive when you breed the two together.
What? They're both very aggressive on their own.
Independently, right?
That's what I thought, but apparently when you breed them, they calm down. The offspring calms down.
When I had a friend that lived in this there's an apartment complex by my house that has a giant man-made lake. It's actually really beautiful, but they have ducks. And when Isaiah was a little guy, he was feeding the ducks, and they tried to attack him. And I
Oh
ran.
no.
Oh, I ran over full Papa Bear with my feet out. Let's just put it that way. I am not a fan of ducks. I
Oh,
I am. I was kicking like I was in a ska song because they literally surrounded him, and I came in a full run. Like I am not a fan of ducks,
Mm.
and they were his size too. He was a little guy. I grew up around farms too, so the vegetarian and vegan propaganda doesn't work on me. They're like, "Oh my god, look at this cute animal," and I'm like, "You haven't actually dealt with them, have you?"
right,
And
because sheep are mean. They have, like, you got to be careful with them. The little goat baby rams with their horns. You don't turn your back on a ram. They,
I had this conversation today with Isaiah about chicken because he hates it when I say that they used to eat us, so now we eat them. But it's true. Their ancestors used to eat our ancestors. Like it's the circle. Now I have the circle of life stuck in
the
my head.
circle.
Kicking ducks and taking. Man, you see it. They were attacking my child. They were pecking at him. I was not playing. I was not. I'm being nice comparing to say what really happened that day. I could have played for the NFL, man. I was so. Oh man, they attacked him. Baby lambs.
Oh, they are. I know baby lambs are so cute. I was there on like lambing day sometimes and see the little babies jump on and off you and bounce right off. They eat you.
Again, I have a different opinion because they raise them in a property over, so they get treated like farm animals. I don't even look them in the eyes. I like walk around like, nope, I'm not looking you in the eye.
And the worst part was the day that the farm owner came and the USDA guys came to slaughter some of the rams, and then it was the big one. They tried to take off, what was his name, like Chief or like Champ something. Who was like the head of the pack, and they didn't. They missed and had to do it a second time. Like they took off. Oh, it was such a poor experience with the USDA. And why do they need to come to the small farms to deal if you're not selling to a giant grocery store? Do they really need to come to your farm to do the slaughter? Like okay, that was an unfortunate tangent in my brain.
They go everywhere. They take anything that they can and slap the USDA certified on it.
Yeah.
Ducks are evil, Sydney. I have no respect for them ever since the day they attacked Isaiah. They are absolutely evil.
All right, I'm gonna bounce, folks. It's been great. Oh no, I didn't click myself out. Waternight, where'd you go? I'm leaving. You can't. You just like bounced yourself.
It should click back in a
All right,
second.
There
There
a
it
couple
is.
seconds because I need to change my shirt. Okay. All right. Have fun, folks. You've been amazing. I'll be around on Sunday, and
Awesome.
who knows on what. I'm around. I show up randomly in places.
I'll be back on Wednesday too. I'll be back on
Sounds
Wednesday.
good, folks. Fun.
All right.
Have a good night.
TTFN.
Bye.
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 And now I hear the crickets again. Do you think if I like went outside with a massive flamethrower or something? I'm kidding. That would silence them for like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Wouldn't work, especially since they're living in your door jam.
Oh, they're literally everywhere. They are literally everywhere.
Oh, we have a campaign coming from Kilroy. Kilroy says that their first action as president will be to provide every man, woman, and child in our republic a nice large duck dinner.
You have my vote. You have my vote.
My mom's vegetarian, so you could have 2 ducks.
I actually loved duck until I smoked duck one time and it didn't come out well, so I haven't had duck in a while.
A duck in every pot. I know someone who tried to do a rotisserie duck, but the duck was so fatty, as ducks are, and was dropping so much grease, the whole thing caught fire.
Oh, you have to be careful. Like I'm a barbecuer. You have to be careful with certain things near a flame. Even I'm obsessed with giant beef ribs. You have to be careful putting those on the barbecue because the fat will set your barbecue on fire.
Mm.
So you have to slow cook them.
Now Kilroy's coming with the dad jokes. Smoking duck is better than smoking quack. So terrible.
T-shirt. That's a T-shirt.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful. This is nice and sturdy. Oh, that denim's gonna look great.
Very nice, very nice.
Let's attach these arms.
So is this the Mimi pattern?
Yes.
Have you done a Mimi in denim before?
No, I don't think I have because I've never had this much denim. Because like I started off as a recycler 100%.
Right.
And so all the denim I've ever had were either old jeans or that one time I bought a bale and I didn't realize what a bale of denim was, and it lasted me almost 3 or 4 years. Because there's a difference between like, oh, I'll buy a bale, and it was affordable. I spend more sometimes on a Saturday buying fabric than I did for that bale.
Wow.
But then you have to have the means to bring the bale home.
True.
I had to go get what we call the bread truck at my job. It's a box truck.
Uh-huh.
And I had to go get it to bring the bale home. That's how big it was.
See, I no longer have a truck. I have a little small car that would not hold a bale of anything.
I would put it in my big white truck. I would trust it, but the weight is just unreal.
Oh,
It's unreal. There's a store in Hollywood. I don't even know if it's open anymore. It was basically $2 a pound or all you could shove in a bag.
huh.
And it was just bales of opened bales of denim. Excuse me. And you would walk through and pick out what you wanted.
And was this like pieces or like old jeans and things to recycle?
Everything. Like, and that's where the picker in me, like, you'd have to sit there and dig, because I found a pair of overalls in there. And they were almost brand new.
Huh.
But it was all just part of me wants to go to that part of Hollywood. I discovered another $2 store that was all American apparel and everything. And I kept on stupidly asking, like, is this really $2? And the owner was like, are you dumb?
How many times do I have to say you?
I was in shock, and I still wear some of this stuff. But it's just so weird to me to find affordable stuff, it's strange. And when people are honest with you, you walk into a store and you're like, I'm gonna go crazy in here. Like when I bought the patches, I started looking at the prices. I was like, I'm gonna go batty in here right now. And I still didn't spend over $20.
Wow.
We've never seen bales of fabric here. Montreal manufacturers have almost all closed.
Oh,
End rolls.
Unfortunate.
It's the stuff, like, it's one step before it goes to Africa or to South America.
Yeah.
That's a lot of this stuff, because there's a lot of countries. I watched a documentary the other day in India. They have so much clothes, they burn because the clothes, they literally dye it, make it there. Somebody wears it, lives its whole life, and then it comes right back to India and they literally burn it out in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. You find out that nothing's getting recycled and microplastics and yeah.
Oh yeah. I think about that though. That's why I keep everything that I make, and a lot of the stuff that I have, like a lot of my excess stuff, I give away. Instead of selling it, or someone's got to end the fast fashion cycle.
Yeah,
because the problem is, it's not we already have enough clothes on earth for everybody to look great. And I'm not a snob. I have to constantly say that, but it's true. Like, I'll wear last year's coat. I'll wear a coat from 1995 if it's not too crinkly.
Too crinkly. I have a really nice it might even be London Fog. I don't know. I have a really nice overcoat, and it has a removable wool lining. So it's, it's nice and cozy and everything. And I've had it for a while, but I'm like, well, it's a black overcoat, it should be fine. And I pulled it out one year and I'm like, oh, this is very 90s tastic. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna wear it anyway.
I'm the same way, Alibaba. I have the second Waternay said London Fog. I still have my grandfather's London Fog, and that thing's from before I was born. Out of all the things that I have in my closet, that thing's in plastic because it's I consider it even more than it's vintage. It was my grandfather's coat.
Yeah, it has different meaning for you. I have a little oh, wait a minute, it's supposed to be on the shelf right there. I have a little tiny like resin with some seashells, and it's a little like a thermometer, a room thermometer, and it is the ugliest thing, and it looks incredibly cheap, and it's terribly tacky, but I got it from my grand aunt, my grandfather's sister, when I got to visit her, and it's like, I love it. It's so precious to me because it was from her.
I have a ton of stuff like that where so the day I do have my garage sale, there's going to be a lot of things that stay here.
Yeah.
But like I always talk about, I knew someone who was a real hoarder, and I learned a lot of lessons from her. And when they were clearing out her house, she was literally standing over a trash can in her living room trying to fight people. And I made a promise with myself. I was like, you will never get that bad.
Yeah.
So I throw things away if they do not work, Or if it's sentimental, I attempt to get them fixed, depending on what it is.
Yeah.
But like my pops hoarded electronics, okay? Every time a monitor dies, I see, I salute it, give it its taps, and move on.
Yeah.
Especially like there's certain monitors where they don't even have the cords. They don't even have like the newer HDMI cords.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're so old, but there's a difference between being sentimental and just hoarding.
Yeah.
So I've learned to chuck everything that doesn't work. Sorry, sometimes I really truly wonder what the heck is he doing. Let me go check on my kid real quick.
Okay, I'll hold down the fort. That's nice, Alibaba. Is it so you have the overcoat, a wool coat, and a raincoat, or is it an overcoat that works in rain and has a wool lining? Give us the details. Kilroy says, oh, no, that was Alibaba. Making sausages with the drippings.
Oh, come on. I'm about to eat a protein bar, and I'm mad that you said that now.
Sorry.
I think I have London Fog overcoat. Oh, no, I'm not mad at you. I'm just laughing. Because when this is over, I'm going to take myself in the kitchen and make gravy now.
What are you going to put it on? You can't just eat gravy out of the gravy boat. Well, I suppose you could. But...
I have every time we go to the grocery store, I make bad decisions. So right now I have sourdough bread, I have muffins, I have biscuits in the fridge. Like I get all kinds of bad decisions.
Do you have any like steak to have with it or anything?
Actually, I do. I need to cook that steak. So I bought these protein bar. Isaiah, like when we go to the grocery store, like he has, kids want compulsive things, and I let him buy these protein bars, but they were $29.
Oh, for how many?
For like a case, probably like 10, 20 maybe. I don't know. But we're about to find out if they're worth the money.
Okay. What are the ingredients? There's one thing that you should avoid. Maltitol, I think it is. It's a sugar alternative, but everyone who's tested it, it spikes their blood sugar more than sugar does. So avoid maltitol. A gravy sandwich. You wrap yourself in that for inclement weather, Sydney?
What's awesome, Sydney? I still have all of Isaiah's blankets and stuff like that.
Oh, the set for sentimental keepings. Okay. Nice.
Okay, this protein bar is actually really good, but it's still not worth $30.
Well, now you know. If you hadn't tried it, you wouldn't know.
No, Alibaba. Sydney had a daughter named Hannah. These are Gatorade protein bars.
Okay.
And the Gatorade protein bars, the old school in me is just like I don't want to pay that much money for candy bars.
Yeah.
And it's just a bunch of granola wrapped in chocolate. But like I don't know about on where you live, but where I live, chocolate is so unreal right now as far as buying big boxes at stores.
Oh.
It's like 20, it's like 30, $35 for a thing of like I'm obsessed with Mr. Good bars. For a box of them, it's like $30.
Wow.
Yeah, Gilroy, it's crazy.
You could make your own. I'm sure Isaiah could find a nice recipe for you and mix up like some nuts and dried fruit and stuff and then put a little chocolate on it.
It was just an impulse. It was like an impulse buy because he's such a health nut. Like he's the one who buys all the cheap stuff. I'm the one who's like, can I justify? Like I stopped buying mozzarella sticks because they went from like $12 to $15 to $17 to $25, and I'm like, I can't justify like it's just and it was just a luxury. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not even something I need. I'm just obsessed with mozzarella sticks. Gatorade bars. Yeah, it's actually really good though. And it's huge. It's meal size too. They're huge. But it tastes like a crunch bar.
Oh, okay.
You know, the consumer in me is like, oh, come on, bro. But I grew up with cheapos who were like, let me tell you something, kid. Here's the house brand. So I grew up on house brand, you know? So I'm not snobby when it comes to food. And like the branding in America is crazy because you end up paying more money for the name.
Yeah. Sometimes they're the exact same thing and then sometimes they're not. Sometimes the store brand is an off brand and of an off brand, but when you get it and it's the same thing, then or you know, maybe you like the off brand of the off brand.
I try to teach my son that too, that like in our country, we brand like I'm sure you just said it, but like I grew up eating multi-meal cornflakes. I swear it's the same thing as Kellogg's.
It might be.
They taste a little bit different, but each brand tastes a little. They just came from the same oat, the same field, or you know, like it's not as diverse as you think. I like this. I like this material because it just makes it looks shiny. You know, look at that. That looks wet almost.
It does. You should make some. Is that the thin lining fabric?
It's the professional lining. I still have a ton of it because even that guy was kind of a cheapo, but like I call him a cheapo. He's not a cheapo. I'm just sarcastic. I asked him for 4 yards and he gave me 6.
Oh,
so I still have a good amount.
I was just thinking that it reminds me of those like aviator jackets and stuff.
Oh yeah,
that with the really thick, super shiny satin. That's what made me think of that.
A while ago. I made a windbreaker from memory out of something like this, but this is way more shiny. The other stuff was almost like tent material.
Huh?
I'll pull it out in a minute. It's literally right there, like literally right there. It's actually a triumph because I made a windbreaker from scratch, just thinking about it, you know?
Nice.
That looks
Well, you
like
did
I
say
was
you were
doing
good at math.
black garage bags together. No, Missy Elliott made that famous. I can't even do that now.
Oh, now that song's in my head.
I can't. That song still bumps. That song holds up in
Have you
my. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
did you see the lady performing that live? She's like the unassuming like auntie from up the road, and she's in like jorts and a t-shirt, and she's totally doing the whole Missy Elliott thing.
Oh,
And
that's
it's
awesome.
so good and so wrong at the same time. You should find that one. It's pretty amusing.
I really respect Missy Elliott, but she was around that whole R. Kelly crowd, and they all hung out with Aaliyah, knowing that she was a minor married to a man my age. Oh, and he has cooking videos on YouTube. That's awesome. Then again, I live in the state where Hershey started, so we kind of have a home field advantage when it comes to chocolate. It's so ridiculous here, Gilroy, because I have a chocolate addiction, but I refuse to be price gouged. So I've stopped. Even with my stupid mozzarella sticks, I ate them I was obsessed. That's part of the stuff that I gained 50 pounds on during COVID. I do not eat them anymore.
That's just it. Something will be good, and then so you have it again, and then instead of it being a treat, it becomes like an every other day thing, and then you're like, oh.
When I quit drinking, I did not give up bar food, and I started improving on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when you're drinking, you think it's good, but really you're drinking. And when I quit drinking, I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't like buffalo wings. I just like the sauce.
Okay.
Like I fell in love with mozzarella sticks. I'm obsessed with those things. Even sober, I like them. You know what? I miss bar food. I still make bacon covered potato wedges. I can't say it.
Oh.
Half potatoes stuffed, remashed.
Yeah. Oh, like the twice baked potato?
Oh. I promise you, I eat 4 times a day. I am not this hungry. I just like talking about it.
Well, I just had a sandwich. So it's all reminiscing about food at this moment. What kind of chocolate do you want, Sydney? Chocolate does sound good.
Maybe it's one of those funny things.
Hmm?
Oh. It's just strange to me how certain things have gone up and certain things have gone down. Like, I'm obsessed with goldfish and they've gone through the roof, but I just chalk it up as inflation.
I'll never forget that person who had the receipt that they happened to have an old receipt, and then they bought their same normal grocery pickup and the price had increased by like 50%. Make a cheap version of boneless buffalo wings and toss chicken nuggets in my own buffalo wing sauce. There you go. Sounds kind of like Texas orange chicken or something. Well, buffalo orange chicken.
Oh man, the protein bar is really good. My son's gonna be so mad he has competition now.
Uh-oh.
Well, for $30. For $30, I'm gonna try one at least.
Right. Well, it'd be wrong not to.
Oh man.
You get a Sharpie and write your names on them.
You know what's funny, Waternay? We actually do that because I'm a grown man who lives with a pedantic human. We have different colors.
Oh no.
I'm the blue Sharpie and he's the black Sharpie.
I had some roommates for a while and we were sharing groceries and they didn't quite understand the concept of sharing. And I'm like, you know, I bought this packet of cheese last time and I didn't get any of it. So maybe save some for me.
Well, that's different. Like, I've established dominance in this house, so my son knows. That's the first thing you have to do in social situations, establish dominance. I've let him know, but it's different because we have such different eating habits. He's very healthy, and I'm like, I might want to eat a whole can of cheese tonight
Oh my goodness.
and then judge myself in the morning.
I am surprised you can get up in the morning after a whole can of canned cheese.
I found this cheese that they used to serve at the canteen at the ballpark by my house. It's the nacho cheese in a can, and they sell it at Smart and Final. And so I've started eating it again, and my blood pressure does not thank me.
No, it doesn't seem like it would.
I
You
made
can't
cheese
see me,
fries.
but I'm making a face right now.
I made smothered cheese fries last night, and I was like, this is what it means to be an adult. Not paying bills, not like showing up to work on time. It's being able to eat something gross with no one stopping you.
Now, whether you live to next week is another story, but you had
Okay.
your own manly meal this week.
True story. When I lived in Oregon, I knew a man who would jokingly drink butter soup, and he did not live to see my age.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like, and I would always tell people, like, that's unsustainable. And then one day they're like, so and so died. And I was angry. I was like, well, what do you expect? The man was literally drinking butter soup.
Mm.
So I have a saying, as long as you're not drinking butter soup, you're okay. That was meant to be funny. He would have laughed at his own demise.
I hope so. If Alibaba says if no one was stopping you, why didn't you put bacon on the cheese fries?
I do. And I fry the bacon as well because I'm crazy. I grew up around like my pops was born in 1939 and my mom was a boomer. So I grew up with people that were like, "Oh, fry that, kid. Here. Fry that." If no one was stopping you, why didn't you put of course. I'm obsessed with bacon too. But like the older I get, I know that these things are gonna like recently Isaiah bought a huge thing of pastrami and I didn't eat it. Because I have a problem with pastrami. I like it, but it doesn't like me.
Oh, no.
And eventually it's so I've learned to stay away from it.
Well, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but Kilroy is with you on the nacho cheese. They say that's the only one they buy. They don't buy the bougie stuff in the glass jar. They buy that stuff in the metal can that probably comes from a nuclear power plant.
Yep. It tastes so, and you know what the sad thing is? Because it's probably all chemicals, it tastes exactly as it did when I was a child. And I was like, oh, I'm an adult. I was like, I'm an adult because I can overindulge. This is so good. I had a moment last night.
Has anyone tried the bar cheese from Trader Joe's or the pub cheese, they call it?
I
haven't tried it, but it seemed like it might be of interest to you all. A deep fried Mars bar. I have not tried a deep fried candy bar of any sort.
I'm gonna pick you up one day and take you to the Bakersfield State Fair. They're famous for frying anything. That's where I had the fried pickle, the fried Snickers, the fried ice cream. I went crazy that day.
Were you pregnant?
No, but I almost needed the EpiPen. I was like shaking. I'm obvious. Like, there's a donut shop by my house, and when I was a kid, they used to make these things called slush puppies. And I asked the owner do you guys still make slush puppies? And he's like, I still have all the ingredients. I was this was probably like a year or two ago. I drank it. It had so much sugar in it. I was literally shaking.
Oh,
I was a grown old man, and I'm like literally like, this is the greatest ever. But
oh
it
my
had,
goodness.
oh yeah. So I won't do that to myself again because I'll get physically ill if I get that much sugar at once. But it was all fructose syrup, anyways.
What was in it?
A slush puppy is just a super sugary drink with ice chips, and it's
Oh,
slushed.
okay. Like one of those like Hawaiian ice things.
Yeah, but like slush puppy is just a brand, but it's like it's a slushy that's in a machine that's turning, but they're
Okay.
more like chipped ice than slushy.
Oh, okay.
But it eventually turns into a slushy. But like it, I learned my lesson, and the owner knew what I was talking about because him and his wife have been working there since before I remember, so they knew exactly what I was talking about. And I learned my lesson that day. A slushy and an icy or a Slurpee. They're and the funny thing is, like, Isaiah is on that kicker now. And I forgot when I lived in Portland, I worked at Carl's Jr., okay? And I lived in Tigard, Oregon. So I worked in downtown Portland, and I would take a bus, the number 12, every night to Tigard. And I would get off right on Highway 99 in McDonald. And on Highway 99, there was a 7-Eleven. And I would get a Slurpee every night. And then I'd ask myself, why am I an insomniac? Because my crazy butt was drinking a Slurpee every night. Oh gosh, now I'm craving a Slurpee.
Alibaba says they haven't had a Slurpee in 30 years. When is Slurpee Day? Isn't there Slurpee Day?
People get ridiculous around here and have abused that privilege. People bring in like literal buckets.
Oh my goodness.
I know the owner of the one by my house, and he does not like Slurpee Day. He's actually a good guy. I see him all around town. I used to get you know what, Ollie, I had one the other day, and I got the Coke one. I laugh because people are all conservative when they're telling their child, like, get the small one, and my son and I are standing in line with Slurpees that are literally like this big.
Oh my goodness.
It's crazy. When he was a kid, I used to, every time he'd get a Slurpee, I'd post it, but then I started getting hate mail on Facebook from all the grannies.
Oh, your own granny, or
because of my associations, I'm friends with many senior citizens, and because of my family, I have I don't know, like 50 cousins in LA County.
okay.
And so I have lots of aunts and uncles.
So all the aunties were shaming you then.
Oh, they go, like, I've learned, even if like my son's hair isn't brushed, they'll be like, oh, he's still not brushing his hair or something crazy. The Facebook aunties are real. All right, let's finish the top piece of this. This is, you know what's so funny? I used to hate putting on sleeves, and we still have to do the collar, but I might wait off and finish my other jacket. But we're only almost 3 hours in, so we're still early.
You don't want to finish the collar on this one first? I'm confused.
No, I'm going to, but I'm having an ADD moment. I'm just jumping ahead of myself. Really is what it is. I'm projecting. Do you think that's primarily an American thing, though? Because in other countries, they don't obsess over sugar like we do.
In that, do we obsess about it, or do we like fear ingesting it, or what do you mean?
It's in all of our food. Like in other countries, it's not in any of their food. Like in Ireland, when Subway went to Ireland, our Subway's bread, it's all sugar and like yeast, so it's considered candy. It's not considered bread. They literally had to classify it as candy in order to continue to be a business.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
like, our stuff is not considered food in other places.
I mean, it's a problem. We have an obesity epidemic, and like even people with the best intentions are fighting an uphill battle because the food just has so much unhealthy stuff in it. And sure, like cook at home and meal prep and blah blah blah, but that's a big ask for a lot of people. And so I feel like because we're being a little ridiculous about the sugar and stuff that we put in everything, we're doing our nation a disservice.
But honestly, you kind of have to be rich to keep up with a lot of these things. Like if you were to go to Whole Foods, well, like Whole Foods is crazy expensive compared to a
Right.
normal grocery store.
Right. And so then, then we wonder why people of limited means are having such a struggle to stay healthy. They're doing the best they can a lot of times, I think.
I agree with you. I'm 50-50 because hold on. One sneeze or two? Okay, it was only one. Okay, good.
Bless you.
I struggle because like I have to eat healthy because of my issues, but I also love chili cheese fries and nachos,
Mm-hmm.
But
And
but my parents grew vegetables when I was a kid, so I know what it is to be healthy.
Yeah. And then, stuff like, chili cheese fries and nachos would be unhealthy enough already, but then we'd like to make them worse. And then, even the fruits and vegetables they've checked and they don't have the same nutrition profile because of our farming practices. It's a problem.
And we do have different standards for animals as well. Like they're allowed to live in their own stuff, and in other countries they're not.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's just not healthy for anybody, and it's inhumane. That's it. We're all going to go move to Europe.
It's a bad time. They wouldn't have any of us right now.
Oh, seriously. Not to mention they keep getting their own like crazy people running for office as well. So
right now in the UK, if you get caught there going illegally, they're gonna try to send you to Rwanda.
Huh.
It's literally called the Rwanda plan.
Okay. Well, yes, but I mean I know it's not an exact parallel between the EU and the United States, but I mean, don't they also have a lot of sort of shared agreements and things? And also, with our states having individual, having some autonomy, I think that we could do better, at least individually. But even if you want to argue that it's not the same, which agreed, I still feel that we're not doing what we could, that we could change some things, maybe do some crop rotation, maybe, because we literally pay farmers not to grow sometimes. So I don't know, augment the fields, not put sugar in everything.
But keep in mind, also in America, we're one of the only countries in the world that pharmaceutical companies advertise on television. So it's not just our food. We are a different breed.
Yeah.
I always talk about how when I lived in Mexico, I have asthma. Like when I crossed over, they were like, "Why are you so worried? Like, let's just go get an inhaler." They literally just went to the store and bought an inhaler. It wasn't even a big deal,
Yeah.
So it just depends on where you are.
And
But
that's another.
that's the one thing I try to preach against is not living off of stereotypes, because I notice as American, because I watch stuff around the world. I've traveled a little bit. Ollie's here, so and Mark is here, so we're international. But like as Americans, we see things in our bubble, and there's a whole big giant world out there.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to a European, I'm like, wow, it's a good thing I was born. Some areas, so it's true, some area. And that's another thing, like there's parts of the UK that are the greatest on earth and the worst. There's parts of, you pick a place.
Yeah.
I used to live in South Germany. The food was so good and cheap. That reminds me like of late 90s, early 2000s. San Francisco had some of the best food on earth.
Oh, that sounds amazing, Alibaba. How long did you live in Germany? I have been to Europe, but I have not been to Germany. My mother was there on a couple business trips, though. She said it was beautiful. Three years. Wow.
Sorry, this protein bar is getting so good to me. I might. No wonder they're $30.
Oh, that's all right. I took a half hour to eat a sandwich, so gotta keep your strength up.
I might pound one of these in the car on the way to work.
What do you normally have for breakfast?
I eat an English breakfast because I have to be fed.
Yes.
So I'm eating some sort of sausage, egg, bacon, and bread. And that's why I get up early, because I drink my coffee, I smoke. It's a whole process.
Yeah.
I get the Farmer John sausage because they're cheaper.
Uh-huh.
And like I'll put them in or I'll make like a McMuffin, like a home McMuffin,
Yeah.
But I have to eat something of substance because I work a real job,
Right.
And even at lunch, we eat you got to eat something of substance and stay hydrated is the most important part.
Yeah.
I don't play around when it comes. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. I can BS of everything else, but breakfast I have to and plus I have to be alert at my job.
Yeah.
I'm working around heavy machinery and people.
Some people don't do well eating in the morning, but I don't know. That's not me.
I get hangry. I'm a different human. Like, if you could tell if I haven't eaten, you can tell. I get what I call it chippy, but the truth is I'm just done.
Yeah, I don't do well when I'm hungry, but I know this. And so because I'm a decent human being, I make sure that I do things like eat a snack.
Exactly.
So I stay present. But halo.
I could totally see how misunderstandings and fights start because people were hungry,
Yeah.
I could totally see that. All right.
Wow.
This stuff is so shiny.
It really is. Is it comfortable?
Yes, it's super, super comfortable. Even on the I had it up against my arms and I'm like, oh, this is where it's at.
Nice.
Wow, helped a museum get its oldest building. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I played with the idea of going to Europe, but I know I'd be there for 3 days and then get on the first ticket back to here and kiss the ground. That's the beautiful thing about traveling. Like, you're only gone for a week and it feels like you're gone for a year. I think it's because of all the preparations.
Mm.
The Snickers commercial isn't right. You aren't who you are. You're hungry. You aren't you when you're hungry. They are right. No, I definitely, I've made some bad decisions and I was just really hungry.
Mm.
Should have ate a Snickers that day. All
I
right,
was
let's do the
pretty
sun.
pleasant.
Oh no, sorry. I'm doing the sunlight test to see with something of this material. You can put it up against the light and see where all the mistakes you've made.
Oh, okay. We're in the dark over here. We won't look. When I was really little, my mom says that I was a pretty pleasant child, but then sometimes she'd be like, "Oh, what is wrong with her? Why is she so grouchy?" And then she'd realize, "Oh, she's just hungry." So she'd give me a snack, and I would become the angelic wee babe that I had been before. Alibaba says, just stay out of the big cities. Europe is nice, but then I did live there. I don't know. When I travel, I like to see the city and the country, different experiences. Let's see. Kilroy says, come on, Allie, I'm eating fried chicken and washing it down with coffee. I'm a diehard American. Are you having apple pie for dessert, Kilroy?
I think today is cherry pie day. I gotta check my
Cherry
notes.
pie.
I have
Oh,
to
okay.
check. Like they rung a bell when you said that. It totally rung a bell. And now I have "She's My Cherry Pie" stuck in my head.
Oh, okay. See, now I was a little further back. I was, can she bake a cherry pie? Billy Boy, Billy Boy. Although that song,
I
I don't
bought a
think that
night.
song
Oh, sorry. Go
allowed
ahead.
anymore.
Oh gosh, that's like my obsession with 007. There's a bunch of stuff that got canceled on that. When I bought my 1983 Ford Ranger, it was like one of the first trucks I ever had that was my own. And in it was a Scorpions tape and
Wow.
Motley Crue tape.
Oh.
I bumped Dr. Feelgood like it was brand new, and it was like 1999. Like when I got that truck in 2000.
That song, I like that. It's I'm not saying that it's like a good song in, it's not Bach or whatever, but like the way that song comes together, the guitar and the driving rhythm and the aggressive vocal line and stuff, that's a good song. Dr. Feelgood.
Do you think though we're biased because okay, when November Rain comes on, I stop what I'm doing and I sing it. And I act like I'm there and I almost start crying and like that's my song. But do you think that like we're nostalgic because we were there?
I mean, some stuff, yes, but I think that there is some stuff that objectively still sounds fresh and is still appealing even after
True.
a long time.
True. But like November Rain is one of those songs. There's a bunch of songs that I put on and I'm like, this is timeless. But like I'm a cheese bag. I love John Bon Jovi. And like every time I hear I'm a cowboy, I think I'm in Young Guns. I think I'm in Young Guns. I'm literally in my head. I'm on a horse next to Emilio Estevez. And we're all 19. I saw Motley Crue. I got so many bass picks, guitar slides, and drumsticks. They threw them everywhere. That's awesome. I love getting free stuff. I picked up a shirt at a Slayer show that I still have. I found it on the ground. I was like, I hope it's my size. And it was.
That's great.
I
think
I love Hotel California. Same. I love that song. Sorry. Go ahead, Watername.
I think there are some songs that sound old, and that's part of the appeal. Yeah, I was never really a Guns N' Roses fan either, Alibaba, which I know is heresy in some circles.
I will say it was the saddest thing on earth. I went and saw Guns N' Roses when they did their relaunch, and it was only Axl. And nobody else was in the band. I saw him at the Forum. It was awful. But
Oh no.
I got to see everyone I went to high school with.
That's
It was literally like a weird high school reunion. It was weird. I felt like I was in my hometown. I saw so many people from my hometown.
funny.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're geeks. Geeks. Axel ruined it for me. I saw I saw Bon Jovi with Motley Crue. I love Motley Crue. Axel ruined it for me. Okay, so let's have a talk. Axel is what happens when you stop being told no. And you know what? Let's be real. You can't be hot forever. Some people can be. But look at
Hmm.
Dick Clark. Dick Clark looked young up until about a year before he passed away. We're not
Right.
all Dick Clark, you know.
True.
Axel got away with a lot of things because he had that look, you know. But if you see him
So
now, I wouldn't. You wouldn't let him in your house. You would not let him in your house if you saw him. There's a famous meme of someone was like, well, how come men can't look like this anymore? And Axl Rose replied, some still do. And the lady was like, get out of here. You don't look like him. And he replied, I'm literally the guy in the picture. I never was a Bon Jovi person either. Bon Jovi was always cheesy, but I love cheesy. I love cheese bag music. Like that's where my love for Will Smith. Will Smith was never gangster.
did people think he was?
No, but he came in that era of hardcore rap.
Mm.
And so like there was like people considered Will Smith almost like kid rap.
But I think that was the appeal. It was just so fun.
I miss that stuff. I miss
Yeah.
the old stuff. Like I was obsessed with Kid and Play. Now I have Ola Ola A stuck in my head.
So how did Axel ruin it for you, Alibaba? Like his personality, or you didn't like his singing, or you didn't like his snake dance thing, or what was it? Tom Green was hardcore rap. So what's your guilty pleasure? What's the like ridiculous nostalgia music that you love and you don't care?
Okay, you ready for the list? Do you remember that song, Hey Mr. DJ? Zane?
Not so far.
I still listen to SWV. I don't care.
Okay. Yeah.
I bump SWV. I mean singing it.
Yeah.
I'm cheesy. I still listen to Houdini. I'm cheesy. Like I got back into Jackal with the chainsaw song.
Oh my goodness.
Where's my phone? Like I still listen to Eye of the Tiger. I don't play. Man, you put on Eye of the Tiger, I will sing it from beginning to end.
I think that's one of those that everybody still listens to.
That's rap no one cares about. Let's see. I still bump Janet Jackson. Lots of Conway Twitty. I still listen to Mary J. Blige. You know what? Now that we're sitting here confessing, it's on my thing. I still listen to Will Smith, the MIB song, Judge Me. It bangs. And you know what? Judge Me. I like the second song he made too. It's a headbanger. I like that song too. I'm a cheese bag. And now that it's True Confessions Monday, I like the Wild Wild West song.
Me too.
Wild Wild West, Desperado. I will bump that. Don't let that come on Sirius. I will get a ticket. I still listen to Slayer. Like I literally go from like Wild Wild West to like Slayer. I'm a cheese bag. Like I love happy music. I'm not scared. I'm all over the place when it comes to music.
So
Wild Wild West.
Is there a final countdown? Yes or no?
Yes, all day long, like I'm SpongeBob. With the full orchestra, the hat, everything, Squidward's Mad Dog and me, everything. I love that song. Like, and it makes me like, I'm so glad they shut down the dislikes on YouTube because I would go to a certain song. How come MC Hammer had like 500,000 dislikes? Get out of here, kids. If you don't like it.
No. He
And
was the stuff back in the day.
go look at any of those songs and you go look at the older comments, it'll say, why are you here if you dislike? Like, I love that song, How Bizarre, How Bizarre, How Bizarre. If you're on that song, you're there for a reason, bro. Like, you're like, don't talk trash. If you stumbled upon that song and you're commenting, you're a fan.
I introduced a millennial friend to New Jack Swing the other day. And I'm like, oh wait, you gotta hear this one. Oh, and what about this one? Feel that groove?
I'm a homer when it comes to certain genres and certain types of music. Like, I'm a total stan for certain types of music. And you know what? It's so sad. It's so sad. But the older is my signal fading?
No.
The StreamYards was telling me my signal was fading.
Oh.
But the older I get, I'm like, I have this thing where if you can remember it, it's not an oldie.
So oldies have to be pre-birth?
What's that?
Oldies have to be pre-birth?
Even before that, because I listened to Shalimar and we're around the same age. Matter of fact, that song, Giving You a Night to Remember, that's a year older than me. And I still bump that song. And it's not an oldie. We're the same age. We're young. We are young.
I had people over, and it was funnily enough, it was in celebration of my birthday, and they made some prom. Oh, thank you. This was before when my birthday. Yes, and so we're talking about something, and they're like, yeah, it was like 50 years ago, I think, like 1973 or whatever. Ooh. And I'm like, well, it couldn't have been 50 years ago because, I was alive. And then I'm like, oh yeah. And it all just, the weight just came down upon my shoulders. And I said, oh.
One day, I had a midlife crisis at my job, and I can't believe I'm admitting this. This kid really hurt my feelings. We were at work, and I was like, man, I'm becoming Al Bundy. He looks at me, and he's like, who's Al Bundy?
Oh no!
I got in my car, and I told my boss, like, I'm taking some time off. I drove to Vegas that day.
Oh no!
I needed a break. He hit me so hard. I needed 5 hours in a car by myself. Oh. He hit me so hard with that who's Al Bundy. I was like, oh, I'm old. I am old. That's crazy. But even like, I remember watching the 5th Star Trek in the movies. So when I see what year it came out, I'm like, oh, it like I remember watching like the Go Climb a Rock t-shirt. I remember seeing that in the theaters, And then when I see what year it came out, I'm like, oh, that makes me feel old.
Well, I think one of the I'm getting tongue-tied. As far as like people who actually saw Star Wars in the theater, I think I'm kind of at the cutoff because I was, as far as age goes, because I was old enough to go, and also, but like, oh my word, words are not coming out. I remember seeing Star Trek in the theater, and but I was still pretty young, and I think that people much younger than me wouldn't be old enough to remember.
It makes me feel so. Even like First Contact, when I see the dates that came out, I'm like, oof. That's still fresh. It's still fresh in my mind. Picard's still young in my mind. All right, we're almost finished with this part. Then we get to do the weird trying on without the collar.
Okay.
I like that part, but I'm not a non-collar guy because sometimes I'm like, just don't put a collar on. But I need a collar, or it becomes very matrixy to me. But I'm more of a, I'm more of a,
thing?
well, I'm more of a cowboy and less of like the. Don't get me wrong, I love electronica. I love the Matrix kind of music. And I'm so old, I just called it electronica. Oops, something stuck.
So Alibaba says Elvis isn't oldies to me then. I don't know. I feel like Elvis is a little different because he had such a heyday
And he
in
passed
the
away in
50s and 60s.
And he passed away in the 70s. Alexa,
Yeah.
what year did Elvis die?
Elvis Presley died on August 16, 1977 at the age of 42 years.
The only reason I know this is because there's this podcast I watch, and they always cover Hulk Hogan's lies because Hulk Hogan has told so many lies over the years, and he said he wrestled for Elvis, and Elvis had passed away before Hulk Hogan was even famous. For some reason, Hulk Hogan is a compulsive liar, and like you could prove it.
Weird.
Yeah,
I don't understand that.
And he recently told a Make-A-Wish story about something that never happened. And like people who were actually there were like, bro, you're kind of sick. This never happened.
Oh.
I went and saw Star Trek in the theater when it came out. Star Wars and Jaws. Dr. No. I love that movie. Oh. And you know what's funny? I still like Hulk Hogan, and he's a opinionated a-hole and a compulsive liar, and I still like him because propaganda works. And as a kid, he was like the guy, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Literally, like I remember WrestleMania 6 in 1990. Like I remember.
Kilroy says, I grew up with Al Bundy. That's the thing. I mean, Al Bundy was such an icon. It's really hard to wrap your head around people not knowing who that is.
I had a crisis that day because, like, and you know what? My dad had it too. When I got in a car accident, he saw a picture of himself and he's like, I got old. And I looked at him. I'm like, aren't you old? But in his head, he didn't feel old. So I know what he was saying, you know?
Yeah.
But he saw a picture and his jaw was sunken in. He was an old man, and like it hit him hard. So I get it. I get that. Like oh my gosh, the kids have won because I'm aged out.
But I remember when I was a kid and thinking about, you know, oh, how old will I be when it turns into the year 2000, which was, you know, so far away. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to be 29. I'll be so old. My life will be half over. And, you know, like now you're like 29. That's nothing.
You know, I think about that all the time because I used to call my brother old man when he was like younger than I am now.
Yeah.
But because he's 14. No, I think he's like 16 years older than me. And so he always appeared to be so much older than me and established, you know, he was just older. Oh,
I remember when I saw how old George Lucas was going to be in the millennium. And I'm like, oh no, he better get on that. What if we don't get the rest of Star Wars?
He has unreal healthcare. He'll be around for a while.
Right.
All right, let's see how that impromptu stitch worked. Or did it ruin everything? Oh, it worked.
Yay.
That's some surgery right there. All right, let's this is pre-collar.
All right, we're ready. Drum roll. My dad was a drummer, but I don't have a very good drum roll. Sorry.
Oh,
It's uneven, but I'm doing my best. Hurry, hurry. I'm running out
uneven
of
is my
steam.
middle name.
What?
Uneven is my middle name. Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for uneven, I wouldn't be able to stand. Oh, this is a real mic stand. I had to pull out my real mic stands and quit messing around.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, this
You look
is
like
so
you're ready
soft.
to do a crooner.
This is so soft. Oh,
I really like that gray denim.
Oh, and I finally got to use my mile wide thing of gray fabric too. I haven't lined the sides yet, but this is beautiful. I moved my camera. Because it was a little too high up. But I'm in love with this gray denim. Oh, hold on. It's gotta pass the hat test.
What if you put some shoulder pads in that?
Why didn't is it the 80s? Should
I
start?
mean,
I'm giving you
no,
a hard
but
time. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I think it could look good with that jacket coat.
The second you said that, I was thinking of Matt Smith when him and Claire got on the submarine. And he's like, "It's the '80s, shoulder pads and high hair." The second you said that, I love the way this looks. I'm
like
going to
it in
Vegas
that
just to wear
Hector
all my
fabric.
coat. Huh?
Yeah, Alibaba says pat it like the suit would. Very plausible. I said I like the way that the heavy fabric looks in that Mimi G pattern.
Y'all think I'm playing, and one day she's gonna click on the. She's gonna. I put her in the title on purpose. One day she's gonna click on out of morbid curiosity. All right, no, well, you know what? I'm gonna put the collar on without lining it because it's always an hour something long process.
Alibaba says it reminds me of the Italian cut shoulders. Yeah, try a shoulder pad. I think that would look sharp in that.
Shoulder pads.
You're not on board with this, I can tell.
You know what? I actually have something. Give me a quick second. I think I'm going to show you what shoulder pads look like on me. I look like I'm playing for the Chiefs. I look like I'm like on the O line of the Detroit Lions. I have a mariachi jacket. Hold on one second.
How big of a shoulder pad are you putting on there? All right. Well, he goes looking for some shoulder pads. I'm going to show you my machine, Alibaba. Let's see. I have 3 photos of it because I haven't picked it up yet. It is a Davis treadle. Tell me what you think. That's 1. And then 2 pictures.
Oh, right.
And then here's the 3rd one. What do you think?
Oh, that's awesome.
I told myself I didn't need another treadle, but then I saw that one. I don't know if it has feet in the drawers, Joy. I haven't picked it up yet.
Okay, so be kind because I look crazy with shoulder pads. And it's because I lived in that era. I'm not a fan of shoulder pads.
Yeah.
I'm from there. I used to live there.
Well, that doesn't
left
stop
that
you
neighborhood.
with other outfits.
I left that neighborhood a while ago.
It doesn't stop you with other outfits.
This is super shoulder paddy. Do you see that? You guys are all falling in love now. I don't like shoulder pads. Okay. This is my mariachi jacket. When I revise my mariachi career, it will all be this color. Oh, it still fits too.
Well, that's a different cut than the other one, though.
This thing has huge shoulder pads and it makes me look 10 times more buff than what I really am.
Maybe, maybe instead of a shoulder pad, maybe you could just stitch some canvas into it so that it has a little bit of a stiffer shape without giving you the bulk that you don't like on the shoulder.
Or I could just throw a cape on it and hide everything. I made this navy blue coat. It's one of the greatest coats I ever made, and I put a cape on it so no one will ever see all the detail that went into it. I really like how this came out, and it's a really durable material, so I will be wearing this forever. I don't know. Let's take a consensus. Should I add a hood on this? What should I do? I do the same thing over and over and over again.
Well, I made a suggestion and you gave me the side eye, so
I'm still fielding.
You're like, please, it's the only suggestion I have. Somebody say something different.
We're still here. We're still here. Shoulder pads is right up there with like turtlenecks. It just my mom like she would really dress us up when we go places. So I don't wear turtlenecks or shoulder pads. Just reminds me of the 80s.
I hope there will be treasure inside Joy.
That's awesome. Hi, Joy. I think that might be so joyful Joy a bit tailoring to form the shoulder and chest area. I like the super baggy look. I want to look like a clean version of I'm in Terminator. I like that giant trench coat look.
Well, I only said it because the fabric is already a little stiff, and so I think it could handle it without looking too stiff. Unlike, like some of the cottons that have a little bit more drape to them. If you tried to put a shoulder pad, it would look weird.
I like the stiff look though. Like I work with a lot of stiff material in general. Like recently when I made that fluffy sweatshirt, that was really the first time I worked with super fluffy material. It looked like I skinned a Muppet in my sewing machine when I was done.
Oh no.
I was like, what happened? It was all purple inside. Like I really had to defluff my machine that day. Like I really had to tear my machine apart. So I should quit being lazy and just make a collar. Okay, consensus over. Oh, la, la. I'm gonna make a smaller collar because I've been going I am in my 1970s kick. I'm in my red and giant collar era. The trench coat is an artisan Austrian cut and has tailored chests for Arnold. I love that movie, that whole era. Do you know with all some of the greatest memes I see now are there's a meme of John Connor on a dirt bike and he's like, imagine John Connor looking at all of you trusting AI in your lives and he's like we are literally living Terminator nightmare. Godless Schwarzenegger. I like that. I might put that on a jersey. I just have to buy 2 packages of letters because his last name's huge. All right, I'll make a collar. It's because I literally just made one. Let's get my leftovers. They're within, because I'm in fabric heaven. I have fabric everywhere. Let's measure it and see if it's long enough, even though just looking at it, it probably is. I guarantee you it's probably 26 inches, 27, but I should measure it anyways.
That does sound awful. Alibaba says they've seen AI made patterns and they're terrible.
Good to know.
So Alibaba, have you've sewn on on one of the Davis vertical feeds before? I haven't tried it yet. I haven't tried one.
Perfect.
Is it the right length? Is it like?
Do you know? I don't think I've ever seen a Davis not in a. I don't think I've ever seen a Davis in person.
Yeah, I don't have. What? Oh, I'm trying to remember if I have a Davis already or not. I think I have a later Davis, or maybe that was one that I didn't get. Oh dear. Well, I haven't finished my inventory yet, so.
AI makes a pet fish look like Einstein. I'm skeptical and scared, but I'm old school, so I like AI. I just don't. You know what? This reminds me of iRobot. I read the
Mm-hmm.
book. I read the book before I saw the movie, so this reminds me of iRobot.
Yep.
And I will be like Will Smith in the movie, getting my motorcycle out of my storage unit, putting gas in it. All right. What is today? It's Monday. No, I can't start that tradition. I used to like take my son to Denny's in the middle of the night, but he's got to go to bed at a decent time this evening.
Yeah. Save that for Friday.
Well, recently I have a friend. She has twin sons that have autism, and like they live in the neighborhood. We keep on trying to like have them hang out with each other, but we're just two ships passing in the night. And like we were talking, and she looks at me and she's like, Isaiah thinks he's your age. And we were laughing because she has sons that are the exact same age as Isaiah. They were all born in the same year.
Yeah.
So like she knows because her sons think that they're in their 40s too. But if you only hang out with adults, you start emulating the people you're around.
Yeah.
I have a Davis right here. Oh, awesome, Kilroy.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
How do you like it?
I was so close to getting a VF from 1886 with all the extras, embroidery attachments, scalper, and one more plus the standard attachments with the needle sharpener on the bobbin winder. Wow.
Oh, so what held you back? Oh, it went quick.
You have to be careful with stuff like that.
You have full Davis info. Excellent. I wish I had a way to talk with you so that I can ask you questions, Alibaba.
Alibaba is our resident Mr. Wizard.
Right?
Is
But
that an
Alibaba's
American?
hiding. They're not on any social place where we can contact them and say, hey.
Is that an American reference, Mr. Wizard?
I don't know. It might be.
I have a full Davis info, including dating. Speaking of embroidery, I watch a Facebook page that do free motion embroidery on a treadle.
Yes. Are you thinking of,
Wow.
what is it? Tim Latimer? Is that the person's name?
Does he make patches by hand? There's a man that well, he's on one of my autism parenting things that I'm in on Facebook. He makes patches by hand on a regular machine.
Oh, wow.
I still don't know how he does. Like, I sit there and I'm like, how do you do this, bro? He did a Kermit on a machine like mine. Perfect.
Wow. I haven't seen Marilyn Lee, Alibaba, but Tim Latimer does really nice work.
I'm going to check that out, Joy. Thank you so much. I need new stuff to watch. Thank you so much. I'm always into discovering new things. Like, I always need new stuff to watch. I've never used it. I still have some issues to work out. Need to make a new thread tensioner. If you ever get really bored, Kilroy, I could show you. I made a new one on my on my Singer 404. It was a coveted machine. I took a piece off of a Sears machine and it fit perfectly. I mean, it fit perfectly.
The old ones have that thread tensioner that's on the top. It looks like a little boat or, metal popsicle stick or something. And for some reason, they're missing on a lot of the machines. I don't understand where it is they're going, but
it's the weirdest thing. It's so funny. It's there are certain parts of machines where I'm like, why did you take this off? By itself, like the foot of a sewing machine is not going to do you any good by itself. Like, what? Why did you take it off? I can
Yeah.
easily. It drives me insane. Or the power cords. For people like me who collect sewing machines, I can buy almost any sewing machine because I probably have the cord.
Mm.
But like when they sell machines without the cord, I'm like, what do you think? Like how would someone power this? Because sewing machines take an odd amount of power, at least the American ones.
Mm.
And no, you know, Europeans take even more power than the American sewing machines.
Yeah, with the 220.
You know, it's standard. It's standard, and we're like 100 less than that.
Yeah.
It was completely seized. I had to use a huge pair of channel locks to free it up. I know that well. Oh, that's old school. Threading, painting, checkout. Marilyn Lee, definitely. I always need something new. Thank you, Alibaba. I have an embroidery machine used a lot making face masks and made for some local companies with their logos. That's awesome.
So, Alibaba, are you trying to do free motion quilting on a hand crank? That seems like you're going to be short one hand.
Yeah, but some people have unbelievable skill, though.
I mean, I suppose, but
There are certain things where I'm like when I drive the tractor, I'm like, there are a lot of people who could not do this.
the treadle I could see, but I would think that you would want both hands for feeding the fabric through for the free motion quilting. And so if you have one of them that's trying to do the cranking, then you would be short a hand for the quilting.
All right, let's measure this out. Oh man. Ah.
Alibaba says, I have guitar player hands and fingers. I use a nitrile glove. That's the trick. Oh, okay. I took a classical guitar class, but I only had one semester, so I don't know very much.
Do you
And
still
you can
play
see I
though?
haven't played in a while. What was that?
Do you still play?
I mean, I suppose you could probably get like 5 chords out of me, but I haven't played in a while.
You could be in a punk band. It only requires 3 to be in a punk band.
Oh, there you go.
You literally only need to know 3 chords and just how to play them over and over and over and do this. That's all you need to know to be in a punk band. I'm not kidding you. It used to be an insult, but now it's just funny. I have a guitar playing hands. Oh, I love that, Alibaba. The glove grip, and I have super. I have these weird gloves. I'm weird. I have a weird collection of gloves because I can sit in front of a catalog. I have every kind of glove you could possibly think of.
Only need 3 strings too.
No, because there's certain like I have a weird ear. I can hear things, and like I'm really into punk music. But let's be real. It's like okay, I'll give it to him. It's like 5 chords, and it's 4 chords, and that's it.
Well, a lot of the hair bands back in the day, all you needed was like C, G, and D. You could play half the stuff.
True. I have a bunch of harmonicas, and they're like all in different keys, and I can see how people only use certain keys. All right, let's measure this again because I'm all over the place today.
I have to say, those acrylic quilters rollers were some of the best inventions.
I love this thing.
Oh, you played with the Ramones? Wow.
Oh, wow.
That sounds like it would be an adventure. A man having a seizure while holding a guitar is more original and creative than any punk band.
You know I'm biased, Kilroy. You know that was my era. I come from like pre-poppy punk, so I love the 80s and 90s punk. But yeah, it's about like 6 or 7 chords.
Kilroy only listens to prog rock and math rock, I'm sure.
I do love this ruler though. It makes me look like I know what I'm doing. All right. I'm trying to knock up. I'm gonna make the collar a little bit smaller on this one.
Oh, okay. And is it, like the typical fold over collar, or
I have
with the
this
points
weird.
and
I have
all
this
that?
weird formula when I make collars. I make it the same way every time. Oh. All right, perfect.
Joyful Joy wants to know if you found your blades.
Joy, that is such an insightful question. No, I have not found my blades. I found an old, like an old Amazon cutter where I pushed so hard on it, I broke the plastic, and I forgot that it still had a new blade on it. So this is just a new blade from an Amazon cutter. Tomorrow I'm gonna do this weird thing called not streaming.
What?
I'm gonna tear. I have 3 rollaway toolboxes with nothing but sewing supplies in them. So I need to reorganize because my sewing style is changing. What I'm doing is changing. I'm not necessarily working on sewing machines every day. I'm actually sewing. So I need to rearrange my stuff.
Yeah.
It's time to get honest with myself on what I'm doing. But I got lucky because I have so much sewing supplies around here that I got lucky by scoring this one.
See, this is why you have stuff stocked up.
True, very true.
A flamenco player with Tourette's. I'm trying to think of how the Tourette's would help the flamenco playing.
I've seen some hardcore flamenco players.
Yeah, I mean flamenco is some serious playing, but
you've been to where they're from. Oh, now I just have Janet Jackson stuck in my head. I am in my all right era. Being all right with me. That is my jam right now. All right. Let's attach this collar and call it a victory. That's the one thing with denim. This is 9 times thicker than most of the stuff I work with.
Well, that'll be nice for winter.
Absolutely. I was listening to Donald Fulgen before the stream. Awesome. All right, everyone, get your capes out. We're going full Elvis this evening, I guess.
Hello.
Does that mean we're going to die on the toilet?
Why do it's so funny? All of the people, all my heroes have horrible endings. Or they were on steroids in the 90s because I loved baseball players and football players in the 90s. How's it going, Skids?
It's going okay. It's going okay. Apparently my computer's lagging up on me, but hopefully it's catching up.
Oh, you're there.
But it's going all right. It's been a long day. I've been out on site doing outreach, and it was hot. But I'm good. Well, a little well rested. How about you? How art thou? What and I? Always nay. Good to see you.
Hello. I'm all right. I'm tired today, but my spirits are lifted by the stream.
Joy, I agree with you. I dread having to clean, but I'll put on some gangster rap and handle it, like the meme says.
Purge
I
some.
do.
Does purge some mean list them so people? I hope you're not throwing them away. Scandal.
I am literally the kind of guy it's so sad. I've found 2 sewing machines on the street, and I'll tell my son, keep an eye out, and he'll be like, bro, you've only found 2. You act like you found like 15 sewing machines on the street, like you only found 2. And we live in a city where people literally put their trash out on the curb.
Fair.
Alibaba, I did not find blades for the Singer Pinker attachment, but I have not looked for blades for the Singer Pinker attachment.
That is true, Alibaba. Like I loved Nirvana. Like I had an unreal obsession with Nirvana as a kid. So yeah, all my heroes were just did slowly pass away or just something crazy. We need to get you on roids. You can be the Barry Bonds of. Do you know what's really funny? Everybody on Earth says he's the most arrogant man on Earth. I met him and he was so nice to me. And this was
Nice.
during the whole roids thing. He was so respectful, and he's not as tall as you think he is either.
I got my Nintendo in today.
Oh, awesome!
exciting,
And I've expanded my game collection a little bit.
Holy cow! You're gonna be
I
up
like
all
your
night.
organization.
Yeah, I've been playing Mario 64 for like the past 3 hours. Like,
Now we know why he wasn't on the stream. Truth comes
you're
out.
killing me. I have Mario 64. You're killing me. I might. But my thing is, I'm trying. Like on a night like tonight, I know I'm going to stay up, but I'm trying to go to bed at a better time. If I pop in Mario 64, I'm going to be playing until the sun comes up the next day.
I have a
Because
feeling that
again-
might happen to me.
So, Joy, we might need to send you some self-addressed stamped envelopes.
Yes, Alibaba. Yes. You guys were any closer, I would pass it. Oh, Joy. I live in Southern California. I will send you my address. I have a motorcycle and 3 cars. I will. I'll go full Pee Wee Herman, and I'll put my motorcycle in the back of my truck.
Godless and I can make a road trip.
Yeah. Oh my
We'll
God.
pick you up on the way, Skits.
Word.
Awesome. Oh, yes, Alibaba. I did see the video. Fred Sanford is like scared straight for me. It is like it's like being screamed at by a prisoner.
I did not see the organizing of parts, though. I'm at a loss for words at the thought of that monumental task.
So you've seen his channel?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. I'm just
He-
trying to imagine organizing his parts.
I always forget how famous he is in the sewing world because one day I stumbled upon his channel and I was like, I need this in my life, and I have not unsubscribed yet. I need to be yelled at every once in a while. Like my ex-wife walks in here and she berates me, and I'm like, you know what? I kind of needed that. She's like, how many more sewing machines are you gonna buy?
You didn't need that. She's your ex for a reason. She didn't support you in your hobbies and interests.
He likes the abuse.
Oh no, you know what? Like we would every time she walks in here, she's like, we would have never lasted. No, because I'm a hoarder and you're a minimalist. No, we would not have. No.
A new
Oh, man.
TV with UHF and OHM connectors.
Wow. You know what? I probably have one in storage. Great movie too. Weird Al Yankovic, UHF. Is it UHF?
I think so.
Great movie.
You and Sanford must have some amazing conversations, Alibaba. I would love to just sit and listen and take some notes for one of those conversations.
I always say the word overwhelming, but that room would be overwhelming. Like, where would you start? I would just walk in with a power cord. Like, all right, let's go. Let's just start right here.
Power cord.
He has every machine you could possibly think of, and that's just in one room. And then in the next room, he has every table you could possibly think of. Like, because I'm like, I have a lot of sewing machines. I have a ton of tables. I have stuff in storage, but I'm nowhere near Fred Sanford.
It's like
He has
you have a
like
problem, but he has a problem.
No, mine is fixable. I can get Canceling a Hug, be on the TV show. You can sell all my stuff and make me rich overnight. You know what? His stuff, if you sold all his stuff, you would be rich, like Richie Rich. Like Titanic money rich.
Wow. I haven't heard Richie Rich in a while.
It's because I saw this thing about Ricky Schroeder. He's become a total like QAnon conspiracy guy.
Oh no.
And he's like full like trucker beard. He looks crazy. And you know, honestly, I don't like, all politics aside, like please take care of yourself because people are gonna judge you. So when you come out and you're like missing teeth in the important places, and we know you have money in dental insurance, we sorted through. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I couldn't imagine sitting in a room with over 100 of just one machine.
That's nuts.
I did walk into a sweatshop in downtown with the remnants of a sweatshop, and it felt eerie because every desk had a sewing machine on it and it was empty room.
Spooky.
But the human mind does that to you more, you know, like your mind, you're like, you know, you start subscribing, you start thinking about the lives of the people who sat at the table, you know.
Were these formerly at a sweatshop?
Well, in LA, like it's all a sweatshop, and they kind of
It's all sweatshops.
have you ever heard of American Apparel?
Yeah.
What they did, hold on, let me switch my angles, is they bought out sweatshops. And so if you ever see an American Apparel tag, they basically unionized sweatshops. And so they would buy out sweatshops and just start making clothes with the same people, but they would give them breaks and better wages.
Fair enough. I'm sure they were happy with that.
And the only reason I know this is because it's a downtown LA company, and they are one of those rare companies that actually does what they say they're going to do.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good company.
No, you know, and I rarely push brands, but American Apparel, and it's cheaper clothes too.
Is it?
Well,
That's weird. They got rid of the slave labor, yet still had cheaper clothes.
It's a lot of like knitwear and like sort of retro 80s kind of, you know, think what like maybe a group of dancers would wear on their off days,
or like the yuppie collar from the 80s.
Yeah.
Dancers.
Well,
Like that could be taken a lot of different ways.
well, okay. You know, like ballet and contemporary and jazz dancers,
like strippers, like
and they, you know, I mean, maybe them too. There was some stuff, you know, they have fishnets and whatnot. So you know,
okay, I see what
but
you're
you know what
saying.
though? I know someone who teaches a pole dancing class, and she is in better shape than any man I know.
Oh yeah, it's a serious sport. There's a guy I follow on YouTube, and he's an archer and a pole dance instructor, and he's amazing.
I follow him now because of you. I know exactly. I was wondering who I.
Yeah, there's actually a pole dancing fitness club thing right down the road. It's like a yoga, tai chi, pole dancing combo thing.
What a combo! I'm interested. Tell me more.
Did you sign up for a 10-class series?
It's also Bikram yoga and part of a nudist colony. So
a long time ago when I lived in LA, I joined a yoga class trying to impress this young lady. And I'll never forget, like we were talking, we were yakking it up. She's like, "Oh, come to my yoga class." At the end of the class, I was literally on the floor in the fetal position. 9 women walked past me laughing like, "Ha ha ha, chump." Just looking at me like, we do this every day.
Yoga is serious business, but I wouldn't want to see anyone do it in the nude.
Especially Bikram, hot yoga, sweaty.
They taught me respect that day.
Yeah, yoga is a workout.
I will never badmouth yoga again.
I like yoga.
Because I played hockey and football as a kid, I always thought I could do anything.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Because hockey's like surfing. It takes every part of your body.
It does.
Like
I
yoga.
I don't see hockey people doing much in the way of like active stretching though.
Well, nowadays, new age hockey,
Just
they teach
fighting.
you get treated like a ballet. I'm sorry, like an ice skater. So you
Uh-huh.
go through the same training. That's how I can still to this day do the ice skater move.
Okay.
Because I have the memory, the muscle memory from when I was a kid when they actually would teach us that.
Yeah.
Because they're
enough
not
room to
too
spin.
far off. What movie was that? Gosh, I'm surprised. I'm surprised my friend actually married a woman. We used to watch this. What movie was that? It was a hockey player became an ice skater. Oh my gosh,
Oh yes.
it's so 90s. It's a total 90s
Yes.
movie.
Hang on, give me a second. It'll come to me. Cutting Edge.
Thank you. We would watch that and K2 over and over because we were going to be professional skiers when we grew up. American Apparel does do nice work.
Alibaba says that hockey players do lots of yoga. So I was
Yes.
mistaken.
A ton.
Apologies to the hockey players.
Because like anything, even every day when I wake up, I stretch. Every day. But that's because I have circulation issues and it just feels good.
Yeah, I'm actually actively looking in my community. I been tasked with finding more unconventional therapy kind of stuff for the vets, and one of the things, well, a couple of the things that came up with yoga and tai chi and things like that. So it's not just good exercise. It's not just a philosophy.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, locked up there for a second. And
Okay.
oh yeah, sorry, but yeah, it's also good medicine.
Yeah.
Tai Chi is
Welcome back,
amazing.
Joy.
Sorry, Marnie.
Oh, Joy's back.
Yay. Tai Chi is amazing for the body.
Yeah.
When I lived in Koreatown, there would be hundreds of people in the park doing it in the morning.
Nice.
I miss that side of town.
Was it the west side? Oh.
No, actually, that's when I lived. Like in Koreatown is near the heart. Well, I say the heart of LA. Anywhere where you can walk into downtown within 20 minutes, I consider the heart of Los Angeles. And I lived near MacArthur Park, and I also lived on Hoover Street, but on the Hispanic side of Hoover Street. And if you live in LA, you'll know what I'm talking about.
I was going to say there's a Hispanic side of Hoover Street.
Well, like Wilmington used to be a traditionally all black neighborhood. It's now traditionally all Hispanic. Excuse me. And so the demographics have changed in Los Angeles. And the place like Watts that traditionally used to be all black is now half Hispanic. But that's like anywhere. The demographics change everywhere, you know?
True.
I mean, eventually it'll be an all big mix.
I hope so.
I said this about East LA. I was there just the other day because I was bored when I went downtown. I was like, let me drive through here. East LA is gentrified. It's yuppied. I couldn't believe it. East Los was one of the most dangerous places in LA. And like, I saw a guy with a man bun eating a scone with his coffee, like walking through East LA. And I'm like, oh, this place has changed. Oh, this place has changed. Hollywood's like that too, though. Hollywood has completely been torn down and built back up. It is now a real life tourist trap with gentrification. Which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. They got rid of the seedy element, and I'm like kind of okay with that, but you know.
Yeah, if it prices out the people who originally, thrived in that community, then it's kind of sucks.
Especially like Little Armenia, which is literally on the other side of Sunset. Armenian people can't afford to live there anymore because it's so
And actually
expensive.
thinking about Armenian food.
Am I one of those people that just makes people hungry or what? You guys getting contact off me or what?
Well, you know, when you're an addict.
I am a food addict. I'm like, is there a Pancakes Anonymous?
Mm. Oh, did you make that pancake recipe I showed you?
No, but I didn't, but somebody named Mr. Hands did, and they're excellent.
Oh, good.
Mr. Hands.
I messed up a baking soda recipe, so whenever my son makes me laugh, I messed up one of his silk shirts when I washed it, so now he wants everything to be dry cleaned. I messed up a pancake recipe one time, so now he has to make it. I'm like, fine. I added too much baking soda. You get a reputation for life. So now when he saw the recipe, he's like, I'll make it. I said, go right ahead.
I got this.
But I don't have the heart to tell him that he's like 15 steps ahead of the normal men because he knows how to cook and clean.
Normal everybody.
Yeah. But especially guys.
No, when you told me that, it really kicked me because, like, when I was 20, I knew how to cook and pay bills and clean and look someone in the eye.
It's amazing the people who don't.
There was a kid who tried to sue me because I tried to teach him how to sweep and mop, and I said, "Are you effing kidding me?" And he quit and legitimately got a lawyer, and it not to say it got thrown out of court. He got laughed out of court.
I'm perplexed. On what grounds was he trying to sue?
He hyped it up and said that I was harassing him and all these things, and they were like, "You're in a construction setting with men, and like that you got." Basically, the judge said you got spoken to like a man, and like it because I work on a hill with tractors and stuff. I can't always be nice. And and that's another thing, people lie on their application, and like if you're not who you say you are, I'm gonna find out real quick because I'm just okay. You know how to drive a tractor? Okay, sit on it and drive it. Show me, please. I've been sued. My mom has been sued more times than any human I've ever known. But when you own a business, people will sue you for anything.
Now, okay, since when did suing people become the substitution for having a grown-up conversation with somebody and working something out?
It's different in the state of California because we live in the land of lawyers. Give him the bill for dry cleaning. What? Do you know what he does, Kilroy? He gets it. I saw a bag. I'm like, what is this? He's like, I give it to grandma. And I went to my mom. I said, are you dry cleaning his stuff? And she's like, yeah, I just take it with mine. And I'm like, you kidding me? You're kidding me. Yeah, he knows his way around the system. That reminds me about the perfect looking cinnamon buns I made. They looked so good, but damn, the taste was gross. I used beef.
Oh no.
See, I do that sometimes, or I'll add like I don't know what I was thinking that day. I put way too much baking soda, and they were so gross. And I got a reputation, and my son has not forgotten.
Yeah.
And he will never let me live that down. But yeah, now he gets his little, and for his birthday, he said, I want Hawaiian shirts. So everyone bought him Hawaiian shirts. And now he's got all these like silk and fake silk shirts. And I'm like, man, you better take them to grandma while she's still spoiling you. It's just harsh because my parents were harsh when I was growing up. So it's weird to see my mom being nice. Because she was like I always tell this story. I have a cousin who is a fully patched up biker in a certain club. He is a scary individual. He's a scary man. We were in my mom's backyard. I was about to light up a J. He literally slapped it out of my hands. I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, we don't smoke here. And he is legitimately scared of my mother. I want to know what she did to him as a child, where he is still scared of her, and he is a big, scary dude,
Oh
and he is
goodness.
still legitimately scared of my mother. I'm enough of a degenerate that I'd probably like the beef buns.
Well, turn them savory, I suppose. Have them with some gravy. Alibaba suggests maybe, a little roast on the side.
Now I'm craving meatloaf. You guys are killing me today. I don't think I ate enough for dinner. But
Well,
it's
if
weird.
dinner was that protein bar, then I'm gonna go with a no.
No, I had barbecue chicken, French fries, and broccoli with cheese on it.
Yeah, but didn't you say you ate at like 5 o'clock?
I'm old. I eat at 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah. See, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but come 11, you might be peckish again.
Oh, after the streams, I go in my kitchen and do magic. I make full, like, Isaiah will look at me. He's like, "Really? You're making an omelet at 11:45 at night?" I'm like, "Heck yeah, kid! Go get the hash browns!" Like, and I recently bought those weird hash brown patties, so I go off McDonald's style.
I'm surprised you don't make scratch hash browns. I mean,
I
like,
do.
I'm not dissing your hash brown patties. It just
She's
seems like
judging
that would be
you.
something that you would do. It seems like something that you would do. You'd be like, oh yeah, and you take the potato and the grater.
I'll tell you why I don't. Because during COVID, I would do that, crack 2 eggs on it. I would, like, 4 or 5 pieces of bacon, and I gained 50 pounds. I had a baked potato habit. I still eat baked potatoes. I would eat one every day. I gained 50 pounds.
Now we need to find a snack.
What are you gonna eat?
I don't know, but now I'm hungry again. I literally just ate.
What'd you have for dinner?
I had me some Stouffer's macaroni and cheese.
There you go. The kind that you bake in the oven with the little crumbles on it.
Oh, we eat that around here. I'll eat half a tray and shame myself, and then eat the other half a tray like 6 hours later.
When I was a kid, we used to get the Stouffer's French bread pizzas.
Okay.
Oh, do they still make those?
I don't know.
Oh, you're bringing me back. I can taste it. You're bringing me back.
Gosh, I just remember French bread pizzas from school. Like that was like one of the menu items that we'd get. Not Stouffer's though, but
Do you know my high school weirdly had mini Pizza Hut pizzas? Yeah.
really,
And still to this day, I am obsessed with the double-decker Taco Bell tacos because they served them at my high school. Every day. I ate one every day for like 3 years.
maybe I'll get Taco Bell. They're still open.
I know. I'm like,
ideas.
I'm under adult supervision though. If I looked at my son right now, I was like, let's go to Denny's. He'd be like, bro. He'd be like, come here. Let me give you the sobriety test. Come here. Come here. Look at my fingers. All we ever had were those nasty rectangular pizzas. I miss those too. I miss school lunches. Our school lunches were so good. We had this weird gravy concoction thing that they like. Oh, it was just gravy and turkey and mashed potatoes. It was the greatest thing on earth. But I went to school when they still made food for children. When it wasn't a political issue. It was like, we're just going to feed the kids and not make it an issue. Did you ever have anything decadent when you were a kid in your elementary schools?
No.
What?
A lot of, I mean, not decadent, but like they had a lot of pasties because pasties was like a real big thing in my area.
I went to school that was, I preface this by saying it was fully accredited and everything. But I went to.
It's always good when you have to preface with that.
Right. Well, I went to school that was run by the Adventist church. And so, I mean, it was regular prep school and everything, but it was run by Adventists. And so, the cafeteria was vegetarian, and they had all these fake meats and things like that. And this was beyond before the fake meats that we have now. And it was, like gluten patties. And
Oh, I remember those.
yummy.
I remember those.
yeah. So I didn't have any, special treats in school.
My elementary school
Terrible.
would hook us up to the point where they had this weird cart, and the parents were like, "What, are you gonna stop feeding our children?" Like, it was like a riot because they started feeding us processed foods.
Oh.
And look at society now. Look at society now. That's all we eat is processed foods. And the parents were like fighting to get us to have real food. Also, though, I weirdly worked in the kitchen, so I was biased because I was just a hungry kid. And my parents fed me, and I still loved working in the kitchen in elementary school.
What'd you do?
I would help cook.
Okay.
Because they probably had better insurance back then, I bet. I would it was fun.
They let the kid have a knife? What?
Yeah. It was a different time, and it was me and a few kids because they were making lunch for massive amounts of people, And I've always been a Care Bear and super voluntary to my own detriment.
Kilroy says, looks at bag of dehydrated chili mix on the desk.
Talkies.
Oh, I'm gonna go off. This denim is perfect for overalls. It's not too thick and it's not too thin. And now I look like I don't even know. I used to think that I look like I was in Blade Runner, but I'm just Captain Trenchcoat at this point.
Well, I know I've said it 25 times, but I really like that fabric. Alibaba agrees. Perfect for overalls.
And done. Only took 4 hours.
Huzzah!
Yay!
Oh.
God, my internet is being lame.
My stream is freezing up again.
Yeah,
Sorry, people.
Yours and mine both. I was I don't know if it's my computer or it's my internet, but it'll be fine for a second and just lag out.
Exactly. That's what I have no idea what to do with it because it'll work and then it won't work and then work and then won't work. I don't know. I think I'm going to call and see if they can give me high speed, higher high speed, and see if that is the solution. And then if it is, then I'll go from there. And then if it's not, then
yeah,
I don't know.
Hi, professional Karen here. Just give me 5 minutes with your internet, people. Give me 5 minutes.
All right. I'll give you their number and my account number.
Right. I was about to say, I'll give you. I need a new router because I got gigabit. My internet sucks. So if you could get on.
Oh, and the funny thing is, I want to tell you a secret. They're always ripping you off because I tried them. I was like, "What am I paying you for?" And this one guy, he felt bad for me because I would let him get off the phone, but he he looked and he's like, "We're charging you for something that you're not getting." So they upgraded me over what I should have been getting because I was paying for a service I wasn't receiving. So you have to keep them honest because they'll charge you, knowing that they have a crummy signal, and they'll still charge you.
Well, I tried to tell them that, and somebody did the whole speed test, and they're like, "Well, you're getting the speeds you're supposed to," and I'm like, "Well, that may be so, but I'm not getting the actual service I'm supposed to." So
Okay,
I don't know. I
let's
have to
all,
call them back.
as a professional, Karen, let's all practice together.
Okay.
You are not providing me with the service I am paying you for.
You are not. Wait, what? Say it again.
You are not giving me the service that I am paying you for. You're stealing. I say
I'm
that and they're
getting
like,
better service and I want to give you more money. Wait, no, say it again.
Habla contigo. Habla conmigo.
I go off.
Español, por favor.
I go off to the point where my boss was like, we're having trouble with the cable. They call me on the radio, like, we need you to come in the office because you're the one with bad blood pressure. You have bad blood pressure. Come in here. We need you to yell at somebody. Thank you, Alibaba. The denim is perfect for overalls. But sometimes I've learned that with my son. Like, we no longer a lot of people no longer honor special needs. So I have to fight for certain services that are there for us on purpose.
Mm.
And I hate it when people say, "Oh, well, you are your son's biggest advocate." I wouldn't have to be if you guys did your job.
Mm.
If you guys weren't trying to, if it wasn't a world of red tape, especially when it comes to certain services, they don't want to help people. I'm sure you run into that too, Skits.
Oh yeah. It's obviously it's not just with cable companies. Anything you get, you're asking, you're paying for a service and you're not getting it, or they'll just try to, nickel and dime you, or just try to, barely give you a little bit less each time, kind of thing.
Yep.
And
Oh, it drives me crazy. Even with my insurance, I've had to keep an eye on them because they'll like take something away or add something on, or especially when it comes to children, because they think you're not paying attention.
A lot of people aren't. I remember when I don't know, it was like some Facebook Messenger thing or something like that. And then so I read the terms and conditions, and it said you will allow us to listen to your phone calls. And I'm like, wait, what?
jeez.
I said, yeah, I'm not doing that.
There are certain apps that do that. And it's so funny. Like, Apple portrays itself as it's saving you from being spied on as they're spying on you.
You kind of have to pick the lesser of the evils.
Because I love Apple because I get a gang of what are those? Because I buy a lot of stuff. So my information gets sold all the time. I get it. But I get a lot of solicitor calls, and Apple will tell me, no, this is bunk. This is from some town in Ohio that I can't even pronounce. I have a rule. Like, I know a lot of people in Texas. So if I see Texas, I'll pick it up. I know somebody that's in northern Florida, almost Georgia, I'll pick it up. But if I don't recognize the area code, you're going straight to my goofy message.
Yeah. Although I'm really glad I answered the door, though. I was really tired, as I've said like 4 times today. And so I was trying to sleep in, and I happened to get up to pee, and I heard the doorbell, and I'm like, well, what is this? So I, peeped out the little window, and I'm like, I have no idea who this is. And I have a little sign on the door that says, except in case of fire, flood, or the zombie apocalypse, please do not disturb. But so I like cracked the door open. I said, hello. And the guy said, oh, we're here from the exterminator service. And I'm like, wait, what? You're coming today? So I was really glad that I opened the door, but I'm like, okay, can you start outside? And I'm going to make myself presentable. Because I'm like looking down. I'm in my sleepwear. It was not a good time.
Having the ring has changed my life because I no longer have to go to the front door. I can have full conversations with people. I don't even care if they hear me echoing from this room. I will not answer the door. It seems a lot of grief. No, because I'm not even trying to be mean, but a lot of I look young, or they're just shocked that someone like me, it lives in this neighborhood, and then someone would be like, Oh, but can we get the homeowner? I will slam the door in your face if you ask me that
Oh
twice.
my goodness.
If you ask me that,
Really?
I'll answer you. But if you ask me that twice, and then there was one young lady who told me, she said, you're not the king of the castle, you're the fresh prince. As she was,
Wow.
oh
I-
yeah,
I-
as she's walking away, and I'm like, have a good day. And she was like ready to fight me. People like that should not be solicitors.
I am astonished.
It's because of my appearance, and I do dress a lot younger. My voice is high. I get it. I'm in my 40s. I'm old and bitter. So I actually love this. Is so cowboy. I
That
love
is
how
such a
this
big
came out.
collar. I love it.
Even though I
Yeah.
was trying to make it small, it came out huge.
Yeah, that's right. You did say I'm gonna make a small collar. Well, were you
This is the
planning on
biggest
making
collar
it
I've
like,
seen.
were you gonna do like the like the fold over? So it's like it's twice as wide because of the way you folded it. You know what I'm trying to say?
This is folded over.
Well, it's folded at the back.
This is huge. This thing. I don't know how to make a small collar. Apparently.
Wait, did you mean to like?
Thank you, Joy. Thank you. Google implemented that. Yikes. Thank you, Joy. You could land a gold master chair on my collar. Great plane. Great plane. Great plane.
But I like the scale of the collar with the scale of the coat. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, I have a style like this. Like all my coats have giant collars. I love that look, and it's because I have a giant head, but I also wear big hats. Like I wear a cowboy. I'm identified by wearing my cowboy hat in public. My black one, if I'm not wearing it, people won't recognize me because I wear my cowboy hat everywhere. So I
Is that
like
gonna have
the big-
pockets?
What's
Sorry,
that?
didn't mean to interrupt. Is that gonna have pockets or?
I haven't decided yet. When I line it, I might add pockets, but like, and I don't even care that I'm gonna go through this lining. Like, I really don't care. It depends, because a lot of the times I wear so many pockets, I really don't need anymore. But that's like my style. If someone was to ask me to make them a duster, I would add 4 pockets.
It looks
I
great
think
though.
that would look. I think that would look good with pockets in the side seam.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know what? That's not a bad idea.
It kind of looks like it naturally looks like there'd be pockets there, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like 50-50 when it comes to pockets. And you know what's funny? If it wasn't for Pam, like looking at how she makes overalls, that's how I'm gonna add pockets on all my overalls now. I'm just not a pocket fan. But
I
it's
think
because oh, go ahead.
pockets in the side seam and then a breast pocket on the inside.
I do love a
your
good
gat.
hidden pocket. What's that?
And a
except
holster
for your gat, yeah,
for your pew pew.
for your pew pew. That's the cute way of saying it.
That's the don't get your channel flagged way of saying
Yeah.
it.
YouTube's actually really been cracking down too. These 2 people I watch that make a lot of money off of YouTube. They've been getting a lot of videos demonetized because they curse.
Oh, for F's sake.
And these are the like when I go on their live streams, they'll have like 1,000 people in the chat.
Damn.
These guys are making money. They get paid to be on YouTube, you know.
Advertisers need to relax. People curse.
I think
Most people curse.
I kind of look at you weird if you don't curse.
Yeah.
In one way or the other. Like I've really curbed my cursing, but like ultra repression leads to crazy things. So you got to hit that relief valve every once in a while and scream F as loud as you can, you know.
It's funny. Just the other day, I was thinking back, like, remember when, like, and it's for most people, right? Like when, for you, the first you're around a new baby, like, and then like, when they're growing up, it's like, oh no, I cursed, you're trying so hard not to swear around, the kid. And then then every once in a while, you hear the kid, they say a little curse word, like, oh, hey, that's kind of funny. Don't. And now it's like, oh my God, every other word out of his fucking mouth.
My ex-wife and I used to argue about this all the time, and I think it's improper for children to curse. Maybe I'm just old, but my son doesn't walk around sounding like Andrew Dice Clay. It is the NFL. It is. Ever since the day of the announcement, and this is my weird conspiracy, and I know correlation is not causation. I know this, but since the day that they got the NFL, they've been cracking down on my channel. And yes, I take it 100%.
Did you do your disclaimer? Oh.
Yeah, I did. I take it personal.
And now you curse in German too, I'm guessing. Speculation.
Question mark?
I
grew up
the voice. And now you curse in German too.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
In the Navy, dude. Like, if my pops was in the Navy, if I ever got sent home for a curse word, he would get in more trouble than I would, because my mom would know where it came from.
Yes, in French.
My niece spoke French. French, that's kind of like when someone curses you out in French. She had a bunch of friends she brought back from France. I was like, you guys can curse me out. It's a very love language. It's a love language, like Spanish.
Oh no.
There are certain languages where they're like, you tell you to go away, and you're like, I like that. Tell me to go away again like that. I like that in French. Tell me that again.
I'm shaking my head because that literally happened to me back in the day. There was this French exchange student, and all the guys in my dancing group were like, oh, my friend was telling me, oh, and then she says this thing, and I'm like, she's calling you an asshole. Yeah. He's like, I don't care.
You pathetic loser.
I knew quite a few people from the Congo and that area that spoke French. They'll tell you what they're saying. They'll tell you what they're saying. And they speak perfect French. They'll tell you exactly what they're saying.
First they'll say it in French, then they'll say it in English, then they'll laugh some more.
I knew actually quite a few people from Africa, and like they'll tell you to your face. But that's all cultures. We stereotype cultures, and like as Americans, I think we're very repressed, and we only think of ourselves, because we'll say, "Oh, people in this country will say, I'll tell you how it is." No, it's because we go somewhere else and we're different. I saw this thing about people. About how they were saying when black people go to China, they get stared at. Bro, I've been to Wales. I got stared at. I've the same way on a train. People were like, "But see,
were you wearing a Klingon cape at the time?"
No. My friend always tells me, because she still lives there, and she always tells me, "Oh, it was because my teeth are messed up or something." No, they were staring at me. I was the only person of color within, like, literally on the train. Like, it's okay. Like, it doesn't matter where you go. If you're different, they're gonna look at you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter who you are. And I think as Americans, we like internalize things too much.
Yeah. They could just be curious. Like, they're not giving the stank eye.
And plus, as Americans, we rock Air Force Ones. We go to foreign countries wearing $200 pair of boots. They could spot us right away. Like
your shoes are a car payment.
I saw this thing about how in Australia Dodger hats are coveted.
Really?
Huh.
And Harleys too. Harleys, like, you're not a biker unless you have a Harley. And that's an American thing, at least I thought it was. But they're like that in Australia as well.
It's easier to take 10 Dodger caps to Australia than 10 Harleys.
This is true.
Oh, man, if I could take 10 Harleys to Australia, I would come back with a mill cool, But I thought that was really interesting. And it represents some, like, they're tough. They're wearing the LA hat. It makes me laugh. Because we think the same thing here, But if you were to wear it in Colorado, they would tell you the Dodgers stink.
Uh,
That's because
That
they
is-
do.
Don't make me ask the A word what place we're in right now, but because I already know.
I feel like I should be offended right now.
Well, the Dodgers would actually be in first
Oh
place,
God.
but they integrated baseball to where all the leagues play each other. They ruined baseball. Like now we see the Tigers, we see the Yankees, and you would never see them unless we played them in the World Series because the leagues were separate. But because baseball was kind of failing, they integrated all the leagues, and so it's just like the American League has always been kind of better than the National League.
I was gonna say we integrated the leagues, and now we don't know how to catch a baseball. I mean,
Well, now teams that never would play each other are playing each other, and so now, like the Dodgers are playing teams that they wouldn't have seen unless they were in the World Series.
I heard a stat. It was like the A's have more losses this season than the number one team has wins. Like it's like
So if you ever get bored, you should look up Oakland A, just like all their YouTube stuff. Their new chant at the stadium is "Sell the team."
oh yeah, so
oh
my God.
no.
You know your people hate you. And recently there was a hooting in the stands and no one noticed.
A hooting? Oh, I'm like,
In
wait,
this-
owls? I mean, what's an owl? Okay, sorry, I'm on the right page now. And no
And-
one noticed?
No one noticed because they were too busy
That's-
screaming "Sell the team."
That's appalling.
Mhm.
Is the person okay, or
You know what? I need to look
have
that
they
up
gone
now.
to the aviary in the sky?
They've also implemented the pitch clock. A lot of people push back against it, but it brought game times from a stupid high amount back to 1950s level.
I mean,
agree.
not
I
gonna
am-
lie, I used to take a book to the baseball games.
So in Arizona, we had this weird game where we would all put dollars on the thing and see if the ball was going to hit the mound or not. And they don't do that anymore because of the pitch clock. So what happens is between every inning, the ump throws a bunch of balls on the mound, but you don't see it because you're not watching. You don't care.
What?
We would bet to see if the ball hit the mound or not. If it hit dirt, and the person with the closest bet would get all the money.
I mean, why are they throwing a bunch of balls on the mound?
Because
because
the pitcher's warming up.
Oh, okay. I'm
And so
like, I was.
They get a certain amount, but they can't do that anymore because baseball is no longer like golf.
Okay.
True.
I was very confused as to why the ump was throwing a bunch of balls on the mound in the middle of the game.
But we had so much time in between innings because, like, man, especially in Arizona, like I would go on off days. I lived there the year they won the World Series. Nobody would go until they were in the playoffs.
Mm.
And I would go and get my overpriced hot dog. Like I could take my sweet A time because baseball is such a slow paced game.
Yeah.
But I really don't do that anymore because I really don't go to sporting events anymore like that. And I'm so old. Like I don't like. Okay, perfect example. Last time I went to Disneyland with Isaiah, I spent over $200 on food.
Jesus Christ.
And we were eating finger foods all day, churros, pretzels. Every drink was $7. The pretzel was 10. We got like chicken strips because that's famous in the ASD world. Those were 20, 25, $30 each. So him and I both got a meal deal and it was $30 each.
Oh my goodness.
Like the ballparks, you spend that much money too.
Oh yeah. I went to a concert and I was like, "Oh, I'll take 2 beers and that'll be $40." I'm like,
That's what I'm saying. They like I call it Disneyland prices, but like we pay Disneyland prices for everything. There was a regular attendee to the Toronto Blue Jays stadium. She had right behind the mountain field level seats, and she was always knitting. I love that. If they would let me bring a coat to a game, I would sit there and hand stitch a coat. I'd look crazy though. They would in LA. They put you on TV. Like, look at this crazy fool.
With his Klingon cape and cowboy hat, rollerblading while sewing.
I always wear my Sancho Villa hat to the Dodger Stadium, and that always gets. There are a bunch of women in East LA who love me for some reason. I always end up posing with them. But I always end up sitting in the same section. I pay money so I don't end up seeing a fist fight. When I'll go to a Dodger game, like I sit behind, like I'm either on third base side or on the first base side. Like I get good seats. Because if you're sitting in the pavilion, do you know the pavilion? There's so much crime they cut it off from the stadium. So like the famous seats in the back of Dodger Stadium, the famous pavilion, it is literally cut off from the entire stadium because they've had so much drama there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So because you pay like $20 and you end up getting in a fight with someone, some cholo who was pre-gaming way too hard. She was always on. She was right behind the plate. I love that. We get Mary Hart. She used to be on Entertainment Tonight. She goes to all the Dodger games. She has the best seats. Thank you. I hear that music every time I say that. Do you know what's funny? Every time I walk in my mom's house, she still watches that.
Oh, goodness.
I couldn't name, like, I was watching the Grammys with my mom. I looked at her. I was like, I don't know who any of these artists are at all. Like, I don't know who any of these. They did a tribute to Missy Elliott at the BET Awards. I couldn't tell you until the older people came out. I was like, who are these people? Like, you're an entertainer, sir. I have no idea who you are.
I don't know if they always did this or if I just got tired of it, but I couldn't watch Entertainment Tonight because it was like 30 seconds of a story and then 30 seconds of the next story. And they would like kind of do it in series. So everything would be like 5 parts and you'd get 30 seconds at a time. And it was driving me nuts.
They still do that, but we have the benefit of the internet. But they still do that. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like there's a TV station that I watch all the time locally. They show the old Doctor Who's, and I forget they were in half-hour increments because I have most of it on VHS, and they're 3-hour movies.
Yeah, but I used to watch it on PBS, so it'd be all the same thing at the week on one day.
Exactly. But, like, I forgot they would stretch this out for half a year. Back in the day, I would lose my brains waiting every week for because it's like, especially the older episodes, they're not necessarily fast paced, and that's okay. Right. But like, it's different when I watch the whole thing. Like, I forgot about that, and I'm like, man, I have to wait all the next week. I literally pulled up my phone and I was like, I need to watch it now, and I know it's on YouTube. I know it's on YouTube, some messed up version of it, but I know it's on YouTube. Let me get my notes. There was some juicy stuff I had, but I completely forgot because I was all emotional when I wrote my notes.
Oh my!
Tear stains on it.
No, I watch these YouTubers who are from Chicago, and like they talk about the crazy stuff, and they're actually extremely intelligent, but they're very sectarian. And so they'll show only one side. They'll show it only from the African American perspective. And so there's things, because I didn't grow up in certain neighborhoods, that I don't know about. And so I'll watch this, and like TikTok scares me. I'm glad my son's not on it, so I don't have to tell him to get off of it. Are you a TikToker, Skits?
No. I loathe its existence. Like, I can't do it. No.
What do you love?
I just don't like short things. Like I don't like YouTube shorts. I don't like essentially websites dedicated to 20-second videos. Like, I want to watch a video. I want to get dedicated. I get into it. Just not. I hate shorts.
Say, though, YouTube Shorts has brought me 12 new subscribers ever since I started.
Some people like it, obviously. Just me, not so much.
TikTok, and again, I'm like an anthropologist of stupidity. I look and I'm like, history's gonna judge you harsh, brother or sister. Like I look at people and I'm like, is this how you really want people to remember you? And TikTok is weird in that sense. But also I try not to trash the younger generation because I'm older. I'm over 40. I am antiquated. I'm willing to admit my spaceship's gonna look like James Bond. It's gonna look like Moonraker. I'm antiquated. I get it, Not everybody is. I don't like short things. Kids guys are 2023.
Oh,
We
God.
dab on the quote. I'm glad that dabbing's out of style because it was cool before the kids discovered it. We used to dab where I'm from. Like it was a hockey move too.
And also so much like, and maybe it's just what I've been exposed to of TikTok, but like so much of it's just so cringe.
Yeah.
And I just don't like cringe because I get so cringy. I'm like,
It makes me like, I start getting prophetic. I'm like, oh, society's doomed. Oh, society is doomed. And Skits is stuck cringing. Oh, no, you're back. But I
start cringing.
I'm like, oh, society's doomed. Like we're doomed as a society when I look at TikTok. But again, I'm not of that age where it's not appealing to me. I try not to because sometimes we look through a lens of our little myopic corner and the rest of the world is existing fine, with or without TikTok. Madonna did that in the Dress You Up My Love video. Madonna scares me though because she's trying to stay relative. And as an old cowboy, sometimes you just gotta fade off into the sunset. Sometimes you gotta get on your horse and just kind of ride off into the sunset,
Going to ride.
Okay, during Katrina, they had this thing where they were like, oh, we rescued Fats Domino. I remember looking at my friend and being like, Fats Domino's alive? But he chose to gracefully live his life as an old man on the wharf and play a saxophone and drink whiskey.
I don't
Like
have
a true American.
with people trying to stay in the scene and still make music and still tour and do concerts and all of that. But I think sometimes people are kind of a little confused and they're trying to be 20 and they're not 20 anymore.
I feel sorry that Madonna. Hold on.
Oh my.
And that was a mega one. It makes me want to cry that she doesn't feel comfortable enough to age gracefully because people are going to judge her.
Yes.
That's where it makes me want to go. I don't judge Madonna. It just makes me feel sad that she has to disfigure herself to stay young. Let's be real. I'm from the land of plastic surgery. If it makes you feel better, go ahead. I'm not going to judge you.
I think that you're right. And it's like, it's no wonder people have hangups with the way society acts and the way society treats people.
And it's funny. I was just the other day. I was playing tag with my little buddy. Yeah, my little 11-year-old there. And like I was, chasing him around, and I was getting slower and slower. He's like, "Come on, you were in the army. You can do this." I'm like, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I was in the army, kid.
Exactly. I have to remind my kid that sometimes because we go walking every day, and he's like, "You're slowing down." I always tell him, "You have new knees. I do not." Your knees are brand new shock absorbers. Mine are almost to the point of replacement.
I think that's something else that we forget too. I mean, that's like, oh, why are old people out of shape and blah, blah, blah. But like, think about the way you actually lived as a youth. You were running around everywhere and you didn't sit still and you did this and you did that, like you were active. And that is not the case for a lot of people past the age of about 26.
Okay, but I want to go on something Kilroy said. If you guys ever get bored or this evening, look up Ric Flair, the wrestler. He's every woman that's ever dated him is like, Alexa, how old is Ric Flair?
Ric Flair is 74 years old.
Acts like he's 24 years old. He's still John Cena literally said, I can't hang with Ric Flair. Ric Flair, he's into pot companies now, CBD companies. Like I feel sorry for him because I plan on one day disappearing and just accepting my old age. Ric Flair still hangs out at strip clubs. He hangs out with Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson is a known partier, like worldwide partier.
I still love the Flair flop. You know, his go-to move. Love it.
It made me like, I watch a lot of YouTube and I love Mike Tyson. I've unsubscribed to him like 4 times, but like I love Mike Tyson. But they interviewed one of Ric Flair's ex-wives, and she was like, look, Ric Flair thinks he's 30 in the 1970s. Like Ric Flair still actively does recreational things that are illegal, like, and that's in alleged. I'm going to say allegedly, just in case I get sued. allegedly, but Ric Flair still parties. It's just crazy to me to see someone my mother's age partying with people younger than me. He's actually older than my mother. Yeah. Ric Flair thinks he's like, yeah, I feel sorry for him though, because like he wants to hang with the young dogs. And if you look,
does he?
He looks like a saddlebag. Like a leather.
Oh, he's my God. And like he's always looked archaic to me.
Are you looking him up right now? He parties skits. Like he still parties with like 21-year-olds. I wouldn't feel comfortable even like sitting on a patio with a bunch of 21-year-olds.
For real.
I mean, how are his spirits and his energy? And
God.
I don't know. I party with like I do a lot of age inappropriate things, but I do it with people that are my age.
Okay.
Like I know a bunch of people that are in their 40s that dress like they're in their 20s. We all get together and we're like, we're old, but we look good together. We look good
because
together.
You rollerblade with people your age, that makes you feel better about it than rollerblading with 20-year-olds.
Go ahead, Skis.
I was just literally on the college campus today, doing outreach, and it was like I'm looking around, like, oh my God, this is what our future is. Yeah, not saying it's a bad thing, but it's like just laughing internally, just like how fashion has changed, but at the same time, how still goofy guys trying to talk to young ladies, or like how awkward like people are, and like just I got to people watch a lot today, but it was it's funny.
I love that. I love that. When I people watch, I still look. Oh, first off, I agree with you, Kilroy. I just didn't want to say it. Ric Flair does look like a catcher's mitt. Still to this day, I judge people on the push-pull doors. I will stand back and just watch the magic. Human beings do not pay attention. And it's the easiest thing on earth. And you're looking as you're walking, because human beings have to be able to be like, okay, the door's this far. Our brains are doing this subconsciously,
I don't know. Sometimes you're out of it, though. I was at the campus library, and I was in, grad school, so I'm not a dummy. but I got to the door.
Was it accredited, though?
Oh. What was that? Yes, it was. It was not run by the Adventists, but the Adventists have one of the top medical schools in the country, so But anyway, I wasn't there. But yeah, I got to the door of the library and it didn't open. And for a moment, I just kind of stood there and I'm like, well, what do I do now? I'm stuck in the library. And then I realized, oh, there's this handle, and you just push the handle, and you can leave the library. And I'm like, it's not automatic. What's going on? I don't understand.
Start panicking. Oh god.
You know what?
With like,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, it was just, you go approach some glass doors of a certain size, and the strip down the middle, and you expect them to open for you. They did not.
They did not.
I still get a little bit of anxiety in roundabout doors where you're completely cased in the glass. I still deal with those often enough to be like, I'm a grown man and still have that same anxiety.
I won't get stuck in here and die.
Oh no, you will. If I get stuck in one of those things, man, they'll be standing with their cell phone like, this guy has lost his brains. Call the fire department. Like, I'll kick my way out of there.
Oh my goodness!
Did you know that every time Ric Flair wore red, that he lost?
I did not know that.
Was this like a like on purpose as part of the whole like wrestling mythology kind of thing?
I don't know if it was part of the mythology, but it is something that he did. Like he forecasted his losses by wearing red.
He reminds me of my grandfather. My grandfather refused to be older. He refused. Like, so I get it. Like you just don't want to age out. My grandfather, like, he went through a midlife crisis in his 60s and 70s. I get it. I'm not judging, but Alexa, what year was Ric Flair born?
Ric Flair was born in 1949.
He's a boomer. He's literally from a different planet. Does that count as boomer? Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's a boomer.
Boomer.
Me, not.
Well, he's not much older than my mom. They would have went to high school together.
Oh God, maybe I did go to high school. Wait a minute, Ric Flair, are you my?
No, you think that's funny, but before my dad passed away, he looked at me and he's like, "Look, if a half Cambodian, Laotian, Japanese, or Vietnamese and black human being walks up to you and says that they're my child, believe them." He'd always jokingly said it, but like when he got closer and started realizing he was gonna pass, he started telling me some truths, and he was like, "No, boy, I was never joking," even though people laughed. He was like, "I was never joking."
You know that joke when I said I kill 50 men?
So now if anyone walked up to me and they looked like I would know because all my father's children were all the same height. So if someone walked up, we were eye to eye.
I mean, it could happen. I did a DNA test and found a half sister.
I'm telling you. So in no way, shape, or form would I be shocked. That's why I put that meme in the group, because my father actually had those shoes. And for the life of me, I don't know where they are. I think my mom went through this weird thing of chucking all his disco clothes. And I wish she'd kept all of them.
I did not get to see the disco shoes.
Oh.
It's a meme here. I'll let me see if I can pull it up because it is in the group. Twitter, the artist formerly known as X. It's still called Twitter on
Oh, you put it in that group. I haven't been on that application in many weeks.
That's what I asked you. That's why I keep on asking you if you have a that vegan one.
Check over there.
Okay. So present, share screen. Here we go.
Now that I know there's something there to look at.
If your dad wore shoes like this when you were growing up, you have siblings you've never met. My father had those exact shoes with the gold thing and everything.
I would wear those shoes. Maybe in a different color, but I like the lines.
I bought Isaiah a white, it's like Marco something, some weird wannabe designer brand. He has a white pair of shoes like that. But they have like he wanted them, and I was like, really? And he's like, I want these. I said, really? And he's like, yeah. So I bought them for him. Like,
Is he
and then
trying to
I
make you a
because
grandfather.
well, because I was raised Catholic, I guilt him. I'm like, you're not wearing those shoes. So he'll come clopping in, like trying to prove to me he could wear them because they're dress shoes, you know? You got to learn how to, like, I know how to wear boots. Even if they're like worn at the bottom, I could skate for days. I'll get into it, you know? But it's, tell me that I nuked my Twitter from orbit months ago. You know, Twitter has been nothing but like Facebook has brought me grief, but Twitter is drama too.
I somehow got on some list, and I find it exceedingly frustrating because I'm blocked from people that I have like never had an interaction with. Like, I don't know them. I've never, I've not done nothing to offend them because who are these people? But I'm like on some sort of list, and like, how they have the automatic ones that you purchase, and but I don't even know how I'm on that list. Like, what I haven't.
I could tell you from personal experience as the great blocker. I am the great blocker of Twitter. There's this man called Steve Shives. He's famous for blocking people. I actually went to the school of Steve Shives. Like, if your profile.
Oh, Steve Shives, a YouTuber?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Okay.
5 or 6 years ago, he got he got canceled. So what he did is he literally blocked everyone on Twitter, and there was a hashtag called blocked by Steve Shives. And so I'm like, nah, bro. I'm like, I went to the school of Steve Shives. So if anyone, even like in a snippy way, gives me anxiety, I block them. And there was someone who called me out for it because I blocked a lot of like famous atheist people, but I didn't like them. We don't have to interact with each other. And I did a preemptive strike, and someone called me out.
Preemptive blockings all around. I don't like the way you smell.
And there was internet. There was a particular woman who I won't say her name, but she like, I don't have a problem with her, but I didn't like any of her friends, so I blocked her. And she like said something about it, and we've never met. And she lives in California, so if I get randomly slapped by a stranger, I'll know why.
Oh,
But she lives in Southern California.
She's like, "Are you?"
Well, I wear a vest that says Godless Sewing, so I'm easily identifiable.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a pretty polite person on the internet. I don't like hide behind the keyboard and say all these like, rude things to people and flame them. And so.
Oh, so that's why, see,
keyboard warrior.
Twitter is like, it's warrior school for keyboard warriors. No, honestly, Kilroy has the right policy. I should have nuked my Twitter, but like, you like, it's a YouTube thing where people send links to each other. I only go on there for the group and for the 5 minutes that I'm so bored that I'm on Twitter. I really do not partake in Twitter. Like, if someone tags me, I'll hop on, but like, it's really just, I'm not a drama-driven person. I am old school. Like, in the Hispanic culture, it's called chisme, where you want to see someone else's drama, but you don't want to be in it. Like, so I love chisme. I live for chisme. Chisme makes my blood pump. But I watch chisme of people people across the country. People I don't know, where I'm like, oh, they're an awful person. Probably a great person. Probably like a humanitarian, but I'm judging them for the 5 minutes they're acting out on YouTube, I pick my fights carefully. Like, I know hot dogs and tacos. Here we go again.
Food and fighting.
All right, hold on. Let me stretch. Let me start stretching.
Well, here's the question. If you take the hot dog bun and you tear it apart and put it back together, is it still that's a sandwich, right? Like,
okay, here's another fight. Is a hot dog a taco?
Sure. Well, I mean, what defines a taco?
No, because tacos are made from tortillas, and a hot dog bun is not any kind of tortilla.
Usually, it's a usually fried tortilla, those folded or rolled. Okay, so yeah, I think usually fried. So tortilla is a must in a taco. Stuff with
I
a
would-
mixture.
Yeah.
Do you know, every time I get around you guys, I now have taco flavored kisses stuck in my head. Taco.
flavor kissy.
You know, I don't think I would even like Ben Affleck if I met him in person. That's one of the greatest episodes of all time. No, because like in LA, there's a lore of like there's like you can't just walk up on Jennifer Lopez. She has bodyguards. You could walk up on Britney Spears. She'd talk to you. Britney Spears will talk to you. A hot dog is not a corn tortilla. So no, see, Alibaba is the professor. So Alibaba knows. I saw this on Twitter one day and I was like, oh, why am I so angry at this question? But oh, go ahead, please.
What about a corn dog?
Oh my gosh. I had a corn dog problem. I would go to Smart and Final and buy the ones in the box and I would fry them like they do at Hot Dog on a Stick. I had a corn dog problem. I would eat like 4 of them in one sitting at a time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah,
I don't think I could.
Bagel dogs.
Those are bomb too. Bagel pizzas. I'll eat a whole box of pizza bagels. At my high school, they would make half a bagel and they would make pizza bagels.
Oh, there we go.
Fresh. And they would be wrapped in plastic back when you could actually serve something that didn't have a sticker on it. That was a total random memory from high school. My high school was like we were the last generation to have soda on campus.
Oh
yeah, we had Snapple.
They in LA County, they no longer have any soda on any campus because they're trying to combat childhood obesity, says the people who created it.
It's funny. I was at my outreach thing on campus today. It was ridiculously hot, and I was like, man, I forgot to bring water. Yeah, I had like 1 bottle.
The suspense.
Always at the good part. Always. It's always at the good part.
There we go. Sorry. I was looking after water. And who should set up right next to me? Coke. And he's handing out Cokes and Smart Water, conveniently enough, I guess, which is owned by.
Really quickly,
sorry, my internet is whack today.
No, it's okay. Really quickly before I get calling a corn dog a meat lollipop, I want to remember that for the rest of my life. That is hilarious. Now I'm craving a corn. I cut a lot of this out of my diet because I gained a lot of weight and I just would start eating everything I ever wanted. Corn dogs are decadent.
I love the honey corn dog ones.
Yeah. Oh
A
yeah.
honey corn dog? I have never had a honey corn dog.
Not really a ton of skewer. See, Joy gets it. Joy knows we're back to this argument again where we were yesterday. What is it? What is a pizza then? As someone who obsessively eats pizza, what is that? That's an open face
pizza.
It's an open face sandwich if you think about it.
Okay.
If I was to do it New York style and fold it in half, it's a calzone.
So, well, that would be more like a pasty then.
See, deeper down the rabbit hole. I need an oxygen tank for this one.
When I was broke and worked for a grocery store, that was my lunch. I'd get those like dollar pizza things. I'd microwave it and then fold it in half and eat it.
I would add stuff on there and fold it and eat it like a sandwich. I love those things.
Exactly.
I love I'll still eat that. Like people make fun of me. When I say this, I'm not a snob. Like I was literally broke throughout my entire 20s. I mean, like hobo. I'll eat anything as long as it's not faster than my fork. I am not a snob. Pizza pockets are bomb. I had a hot pocket problem for a while.
Pizza pot. Those when I had a deep fryer, I deep fry them bad boys. And then dip them in a mixture of ranch and tapatio sauce, and then
Do you know what's
Forget
funny?
about it.
I'm gonna go really quick because I think Hans is cooking. I have a bunch of tortilla pizza rolls. I'm gonna
Those
ask
the
him to
ones.
do his favor, his dear old dad a favor. Hold on.
And blow up your heart with some cholesterol. And
I don't think I've ever had those.
really, oh, they're so damn good. Especially
I
when
love
you know,
pizza,
deep
but
fried. Yeah, pizza fan. Here's a question though: do you like anchovies on your pizza?
I don't like fish. It's a problem. Think of the world of food that would be open to me if I could just like fish. And I've
Like,
tried.
and when you say fish, is it just actually fish or all seafood?
Well, I used to like some seafood when I was a kid, but I haven't had it since then. I don't care for the smell,
Okay,
or the
smell that's off-putting.
concept. Yeah, but yeah, I wish I liked fish. So no anchovies for me.
You know, we were gonna
So
run
you don't
away.
like lobster tail or anything, or
We were gonna run away
Apparently, I
together.
did when I was a kid. What?
Wadane, we were gonna run away, and then you said you don't like fish.
Other people can eat fish. Just because I'm not having fish
I
does
know. I'm just
not
giving you a
mean other
hard
people
time.
can't
she's like
have
a
fish.
reverse pescatarian. Like
More fish for you.
I,
plenty of fish in the sea. Okay.
it's funny because I'm obsessed with eating fish, and most people don't eat fish, and that was so strange to me. You know, when
I've
I found out.
tried over the years. People will say, "Oh, this is so good. Have a bite," and I have a bite, and I'm polite, so I managed to choke it down. But
Yes. Yay, anchovies.
Donut
I
holes
like it.
donut holes and Pepsi for the win.
That's health food. Dinner of champions.
My local grocery store puts this stuff out right before the expiration date too.
What about
That's
you,
why
Godless?
if it has a $5 tag on it, that's right before the expiration date.
oh my goodness,
Nice.
I'm upset. Like I go to a place called Smart and Final. It's like like they sell industrial stuff, so you get bigger portions in certain things. Squid, octopus, and cuttlefish have to not end up on my pizza. You know what? Because I grew up in the Ninja Turtle era, I'll eat anchovies on my pizza.
I love anchovies on my pizza.
Yeah, I love anchovies. That's the Ninja Turtle. It's because Skits and I are Ninja Turtles.
Go
I'll do the
ninja, go
ninja.
ninja, go.
Someone else can eat the anchovy pizza.
Do you know Marquette and I were talking about this? It's my ex-wife's husband. I actually love the guy. When we were kids, we both went to the same performance where we watched the movie and then Vanilla Ice came out and performed.
What?
Oh my!
Yeah, we were because we were both telling each other the story, and we're like, I was there, and we laughed our tails off because we were at the exact same, and it was like to both of us, it was like one of our greatest childhood memories.
That's crazy.
People like
Pantages
to make
Theater.
fun of him now, but he was the thing back in the day.
You know what? Like a lot of people, he's just drinking the Kool-Aid, and his lips are red. He came to my town, and half the town showed up. Everybody was over 40 too.
Yeah.
We have concerts in the park now. In my town, I know because they get some names, and I'm like, dude, I know my town pays people to come to my little podunk because we're pretty out far from the city. I know there's money here, but we're pretty far out. We're not Burbank. You can see downtown for Burbank. If you turn a corner, all of a sudden there's downtown. Like we're pretty far out. But he's lost his brain. I still see that's the problem because I'm from that era. I want the motorcycle from oh, don't tell me, Cool as Ice. I want the white crotch rocket. I want his bike so bad. I thought he was so tough. Good times.
Informer.
Informer
I thought
was
Informer was
Snow.
Snow.
Yeah. Now I have
Ice, baby.
a leaky boom boom down.
That's one I don't know what he's saying.
Oh, and on my bucket list before I pass, I will own a Vanilla Ice 1991 white Ford Mustang with the roll bar like he had in the video. I was really stuck in that era. I think that was just my time. That was just my time.
Your formative years.
I had a really crummy Cheryl Chevy Cobra, and it sounds a lot more fancy than it was. It was literally held by Bondo and duct tape, but it was a wannabe like 5.0. I would listen to that song in there, and this is when I lived in LA, and I remember one night I was coming home from work, I was bumping Vanilla Ice, and this total gangster dude looked at me and he's like, I get it, bro. I get it. Dude, I was feeling it. I was feeling it. And it was like, like 2002, 2003. Like I was grown, and I was still bumping the lights. And he's like, I get it, bro. I get it.
Have a good night, Kilroy.
Have
Yeah,
a
I should
great night,
probably do
Gilroy.
the same, Kilroy. I got work in the early AM here.
I'm gonna end this in about 10, 15 minutes.
Well, Alibaba, they were both, clean cut white rappers from back in the day. From the same time period, you can get them confused.
What, no pizza rolls, hands?
I'm gonna end this. Oh, that reminds.
I'm trying to read lips, and I think I saw pizza rolls somewhere mentioned.
You'd be like, I speak really fast, so it'd be hard to read my lips, but I'm really good at reading lips. Oh, night, Gilroy. I'm really good at reading lips because I used to watch American sports as a child, and there's always that moment they'd cut to the coach, and it's like, mother. And you'd be like, oh, I know what you said.
And I'm telling.
As a kid, I always loved that moment they'd cut it to the coach because a lot of people don't realize, like, American coaches curse you out. Like in American sports, football coaches are harsh. Hockey coaches literally got a memo to, like, you can't fight kids. Like old school coaches.
Stop beating the children.
So by the time they're professional, they don't care how much money you make. They're going to scream at you, Yay. I was begging my son to make me pizza rolls and he agreed. He's just more excited I'm letting him stay up, really. He's like, yeah, I'll do whatever you want so I can watch YouTube. Like, heck yeah. But like, I've been going through my freezer and I'm on this weird thing. Like, if we don't eat it, it doesn't we need to stop buying all this stuff we don't eat because I go to the store and like me and my son, we think with our stomachs, or we'll grab something like impulsively. I grabbed ravioli thinking it was beef ravioli and it was spinach and 3 cheese ravioli. And
that's a problem.
It didn't fly as fast off the shelf as meat ravioli would. We still have it. So I have to start cooking it, is what I'm trying to say. Like, so now, like, every time Isaiah's like, oh, what about this? I'm like, no, go look at the bottom of the freezer because we go crazy at the grocery store and end up not eating half of this stuff. Or bread. My new thing is we cannot eat bread until all the bread is gone. And we live in America. I'm going to end the stream with this. America is weird because we are one of the only countries on earth. Excuse me. Our bread does not go bad.
Takes a long time.
What bread are you buying?
I buy, I'm obsessed with English muffins. I eat a lot of sourdough bread and we buy wheat and white bread. I dare you, like, go to a random grocery store, just get a loaf, put it on the shelf. You could sit there for a month and it won't go green. Because
compared to like getting like a fresh break, like go to the bakery, get
Yep. If you were to get a fresh loaf, it would be bad within 3 days.
Versus, going to get like Wonder Bread. Yeah, exactly.
I must be buying bread that doesn't have many preservatives in it. I have to put mine in the fridge for it to not boil.
So all of the bread in my kitchen, every time I walk past it, I'm like, we need to stop buying bread at the grocery store. I have sourdough that's over a month old. It's still good. I have muffins, and I did this for science. They're a month and a half old, and they're not green. They're sitting on my Keurig, and I've been eating them, and they're still just as fresh, and they're moist even. And I bought them over a month and a half, so they're a month and a half plus however old they were sitting on the shelf when I bought them.
I'm astonished.
Yeah. So America, we were one of the only countries on earth where we put so much preservatives in our bread where it doesn't go bad.
We're gonna
That
see
sounds
Godless
awful.
sewing on like a chubby emu like video where this man came to the emergency room presenting with the distended stomach and air bubbles in his brain. This is what happened.
Because he ate some 6-month-old bread trying to prove stupid theory. Trying to prove but it's true. You know why? It's because I watched a video of a woman. She's from Ireland, and she was saying that the difference between American and Ireland. And I never, I never thought about bread, and she was right. She's right. Our bread lasts at least a month or two longer than anything else.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of. The French would not call it bread.
Yeah, and in Ireland, like I said earlier in the stream, our bread is considered candy.
Yeah, it's a cake. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I think Subway got in trouble for that like a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because they were not legally allowed to call their sandwiches bread because of all the sugar and preservatives in it.
Well, that's what they say, that a lot of people who have who like can't eat bread in the US, they have, celiac adjacent and all of that kind of thing, go to places like Italy or etc. and they're eating pasta and eating the bread. They don't have any problems. They've lost 10 pounds, and then they come back and they're like, oh,
America's a fun place. So, Skids Crasher, do you have anything you'd like to shill?
No, just thanks for having me on. So I'm glad I was able to hop on and hang out with the cool kids.
I'm always down to go an extra hour or two when you hop on.
Appreciate it.
May, would anything you'd like to shill?
No, nothing new. Have to do some editing.
Let me plug in my phone. It's crying. So if you've made it this far, I absolutely thank you. I am Godless Sewing of the Godless Sewing channel. Thank you, as always. I'm working on a video right now. Do not be shocked if you hear LL Cool J's Don't Call It a Comeback. I'm working on the comeback tour of all my coats. Thank you so much for making it this far. This was definitely an experience working with this denim. I'll be back on Wednesday. So until then, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.